just as long as you don't have all the no's in there.
Oh, gotcha.
How are you? I miss our friends. I'm good. You?
I was happy to come out with Nate before he came at me with a short joke.
That was pretty, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get him a funny person.
So how was tomorrow?
Yeah.
Obviously, the direction you want to
We missed you.
Getting back on it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think I heard something about
Just been in your car. He's been sitting in my car.
Yeah. You know, I didn't grab someone, so come see them. Okay, like,
Yeah, that's it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
To audit the books are there, to approve the final.
No, they're just us copying.
Oh,
Have you already been here?
is there nothing to approve on?
No,
Oh.
it's just your copy of it.
Okay. Wasn't the what, no, this is.
It's already been approved like months ago. We just now got our copies. So they're just your copies.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. I have 5:04. I'm calling the meeting to order.
No.
Absolutely.
Sorry for the greetings.
Can't see the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go Navy.
Booyah!
He's not saying
What did they say?
You don't say anything.
That's not my call.
Not for your pleasure.
You've been a long time, get away.
Booyah.
Oh, it's the Marines.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, item number 2 is our agenda. Scott, I would like to make one request.
Just saying.
We went down to K. Yeah, I'm gonna make one request, to move item number 6 to item number 5 and item number 5 to item number 6, which is the old business and ongoing business, which is primarily just our updates, from both our contractors and our architect, that I don't see here this afternoon. This is just to like we can get them back on the road to their necessary places where they need to be.
Makes sense.
We can either do that or we can move them to the end, like right after superintendent.
Yeah.
Hit 'em where it hurts.
No,
You can stay at Ryan's house. Just sit
If they fall behind on their schedule, we'll do that. The longer it takes for you, the longer we do.
Move item number 6, item number 5, and item number 6. If you have any questions about that or concerns, problems, motion to approve the agenda as it is with that amendment.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Anybody on, we don't have a board member on, line week, no call or anything?
No.
Real quick, now that we set the agenda, I just want to take a quick moment and say thank you for all of the support from everybody in the community, the school district, for my family after losing my father-in-law a month or so, 6 weeks ago. Thank you guys, we appreciate you, and all the thoughts and the prayers and the okay the district sent. We're very, very thankful for all of them.
Absolutely. It was a big loss.
It sure was, right? Number 3, minutes of previous meeting, obviously I was not at
The only thing I saw, and I so meant to call you the other day, but it was too late, was, you just forgot the YRA's name.
Oh, my goodness.
Right.
Well, let's just call him Rain.
Oh, right, it's fine.
Name his name.
Under, B, on the second page, seconded by Rand Chavez. That's the only thing I saw. He doesn't strike me as a Rand. It's Rand.
Any other adjustments there?
I didn't see
Rand
anything
Paul
else.
instead of Rand.
Randy Paul.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just saying.
If not, we need a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
All in favor? All right, item number 4 is public comment. Anybody else to speak?
No, sir.
Anybody here wants to speak?
Speak now for a motion, please.
All right, so we're gonna do the amendment now. We're gonna move to old business and ongoing business, Mr. Schneider. You got that, please?
Okay. So on updates, we'll start, Robert, this will start with Dell since the architect isn't here today.
Okay. We'll start with baseball. I've been gone a week, so I'm playing catch up myself. Baseball, we have it, the drywall's done as far as tape bed, we're texturing it tomorrow. I was hoping to have that done, but my drywall guy took off early Friday and he didn't show up today. Typical. He had court, I'm hoping he didn't grow. But I've been alternate plans. I've got another one coming from Hawk. If you don't show up tomorrow, we're gonna get textures. Okay. With that, it's taped off, it's ready to texture. Paint will follow that. And doors and hardware, and that one will be pretty far down the line. We can skip over to the indoor facility. That's running pretty smooth. We've had a great bust on the dirt. I don't know where it came from, but we're having to take a little bit of dirt out from under there before we pour that slab. And we've gotten started on that. One thing that I'm going to mention to you, because I'm on an open book policy, we're having a little bit of trouble with getting some of our submittals and shop drawings from Park Hill. It's an ongoing thing, it has been, and not throwing blame on Park Hill, but mainly their engineer. We've had submittals and shop drawings for the steel on the job submitted since end of February. Still haven't gotten them. And that's fixing to be my next phase. We're coming out with concrete and my steel is next. That could be a potential big holdup if they don't. It's Mike Wall, the engineer, out. And Park Hill's aware of it. We've spoke to him. I don't know how to build a fire in the county because I don't have any pull with him. That could be a potential big holdup if you don't get that, because without them shop drawings being approved, then you gotta think about it, all that steel has to be manufactured. They can't do nothing with steel, so that's right. Me and he's out after time to get it going.
What, Mr. Schneider, what's your opinion on that? What's the hang up there? I mean, February to July is pretty big.
Mr. Loftus, have you got anything on that? We'll have to check into it.
And I caught this today because we've started Procore. It's kind of like new formula that they use, it's better. In fact, Parkville's going to Procore. Now we'll really make it, it'll streamline for everybody. We'll be on the same program. And my iPad has been having a time keeping up, so I had Brady check his laptop and it wasn't approved there. So I called our office and John said, no, and I'm aware of it. They hide it.
We'll get on it in the morning.
How many times do you have y'all reached out to them? Do you think?
Too many to count.
Right, okay.
And the way
Just in recent projects?
No, this is not, and don't get me wrong, this, in our industry, this is a problem. If you read the boilerplate in the spec book, if you submit like an RFI, it's got so many days you're supposed to get response, and they never make the response time. And I get it, they're busy, but to me, they went over above the timeframe to get this done. Because there's a lot of steel in that building that's gotta be manufactured. And once that thing is approved, we're gonna be sitting twiddling our thumbs waiting on steel to be manufactured.
Well, what's our time frame that we would expect, or you would expect to be into the steel portion? In other words, you're ready, at that point, how long before you guys hit a building?
I've got the precast coming middle of August. Maybe since we've got a delay, maybe third week of August. And it's only gonna take them a couple of weeks to put that precast down, and we really need the steel then. Or at least drawings on it. Some of that I can block out for the columns.
Right.
In the concrete, but once that precast is on there, we gotta pour another floor on top of that.
So we're talking 4 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks before we
They've
get
got,
this.
they've got the precast slated for somewhere first or second week of September, be finished. They're gonna start, it gives them about 3 weeks.
Okay.
And then after that, I really need something on the steel.
When we get in the water,
You know, we can block out where the base plates are when we pour the floor, but once we pour the floor on there, I'm gonna be sitting twiddling my thumbs till we get steel.
Have we brought this up at an AOC meeting or anything where we know about it?
John has talked to,
The construction meetings?
It hasn't been in our OAC meetings.
Okay.
no,
This
this
is
is,
AOC. AOC.
You said AOC, I'm thinking that.
You did say for
John has talked to him, Derek and RJ about it, they're aware of it.
Yeah.
But they have the same issue with Mike, sometimes one of them's phone, I don't know how to get started. I don't have any.
Is this OAC meeting, what is that?
It's our owner, architect, contractor meeting that we have every other week.
Yeah, Mike, if that isn't brought up to us, you need to bring it up to us before you bring it up to them.
And I caught it today when I was looking through my report, and I said, why isn't this thing approved?
Yeah,
And I thought it was just mine,
that's a first.
so I had to check his, he goes, no, and then I called the office, and John said, no, it's not been approved.
Well, we'll get on it in the morning, but that's the first time.
Awesome.
So we can usually ratify it pretty easily.
And I don't like to throw anybody under the bus, but I don't want it looking bad on us.
Of course.
So I'm an open book, I'm gonna tell you what my issues are.
And that's fine, as long as you tell me first. So,
He doesn't want to hear it.
no, I don't want to hear it the first time.
I have issues that you don't even know about.
I'll get on it first thing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Moving forward, we've been working with AK Sales, you can see they move pretty rapidly, they've done quite a bit. I can't comment, like I said, I've been gone all week, but just pulling up and looking, they've done a tremendous amount of work in the week that I was gone. Press box, we've got one floor of it textured. My drywall guy didn't show up, we're hoping to texture that tomorrow with the paint, and then we put finishes on it, start with that exterior paint. Got the glass in it, doors and hardware, on the way. So we've got, behind it, I don't know if they didn't send in a trench drain or some of it walked off, but we've had to reorder about 20 feet of trench drain. Talked to Plummer this morning, he said it's an inline, in-stock item, so it shouldn't take too long to recover that. Once we get that in, we can get some final grading back there and then start putting brick papers on that. So that'll move along nicely as soon as we get that trench drain. Elementary, Grady can probably tell you more about that since I hadn't been here in a week and I hadn't set foot in the building today, I hadn't had time, so.
Yeah, we're textured, painted out throughout the building. That bulletproof glass should have been, shipped to Cruise Glass today. And Robert reached out to him today, I don't think he's responding to me.
He did, I told him we needed an ASAP because we're trying to cool the building down and get it acclimated for flooring, and he texted me back and said, okay, so.
Yeah, because I got the heating and air guys will be here Wednesday. They'll start, putting all their grills and stuff in. I've already blocked off all openings. The upstairs, downstairs, the temporary walls up, block that off the way I can get the building acclimated where I can start running tile, flooring, and get that stuff moving while we're waiting on this other stuff to progress, you know, with opening up the building and getting all that stuff. We're still waiting on Donmar. They gotta move a line in there, you know, in the existing area, and, you know, D&D's still in there, trying to get finished up with all that rerouting. That was a big mess, big mess. So we're working on that, and when them all them guys get out of the way, that way we can tear open that building and start erecting where we can tie in both buildings together. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and acclimate that building, start turning the flooring, tile, that way I can keep pushing that project forward to where hopefully when it all comes together, we're.
So you're just gonna block off what the windows are for now?
Yeah, that door that I took from the junior high, we took it out, you know, try to keep that water from going to junior high, I stuck it into the bottom floor down here, and then I just made a plywood door up top, and I completely blocked off that back where they're doing that, where the concrete pads are working now, coming up that where the back steps are gonna be, I blocked that completely off with the elevator, and can't even get through there.
And if you notice, we built scaffolding up where the buildings tie together, where they bridge together. We're doing that for a precautionary measure. We're gonna build that scaffold up, and we've got, John's ordered some really heavy duty plastic. We're gonna drape it over that, and we're gonna adhere it to the roof. As a precautionary, it's my luck, I put a hole in the roof and it'll rain for a week.
Yeah.
And I know it will, so we're gonna take every precaution we can to keep from getting water in here.
We're in our rainy season right now, and the rain is almost there.
That's why if you see that scaffolding up there, you're gonna wonder what it's for, and that's, basically, it's gonna build us a temporary canopy, and we'll be working inside of it to set that stuff. So moving around the corner, oil and gas is ready to texture, part of it's been textured, we're waiting for my driveway. I'm not certain, since I've been gone for a week, what the power issue, we'll get it all straightened out.
No, we're still waiting on the jail on power issues with oil and gas, so. I mean, Kirk Mile will be ready, we're just waiting on the gel on that, and Dusty knows about it. And what I think Brian does too. But that may be held up.
Junior high is moving along nicely, we're missing 15 pieces of steel. Glencoe actually did come down and inventoried and looked, and he told me they would get that in production expedited, and I'm hoping maybe by the end of the week we'll get 15 pieces missing. So that'll take care of that issue. We did take that door out at the junior high gym, and we've tried to waterproof that as best as we can. The way those buildings are designed, it runs water flows path of least resistance.
When you got a roof drain, it comes out right there anyhow off the existing gym, it comes out right there. Well, all that water, all that dirt is built up right there, so it's just running down through there, so, you know, so we could, you know, get something.
Can it just be rerouted?
As far as
You can't just reroute the drain?
Yes,
It's a little, it comes
It's a little more difficult than
wall,
much thinking.
and it stuck up the brick, so it's, I mean,
the whole side of the building is at elevation, and it does call reroute roof drains, and they're working on that. I noticed today, and Dusty was there, we've got some roof drains that are sticking off the side of that gym. And one of them drains right over that 480 volt motor.
Nice.
We're gonna do a little research into that, and that definitely needs to be addressed, because that is a code violation. I just noticed it today, but Dusty was standing there, I said, we're trying to figure out where all the water's coming from, and that is part of the issue, but water and electricity don't mix, that thing is pouring right down on a 480 volt box.
On the back of the gym? I think I know what you're talking about.
Actually, mixed really well, that's the problem.
It's actually a conductor. It's dirty.
But our plan is to go up on the roof and see how hard that's gonna be to reroute that. We're gonna do a little field research before I address it to Park Hill, so what I'm trying to do is give them an answer on how to correct it without relying on their engineers, because they take too long. So we're gonna do the field research and show them the issue, and then give them a couple of scenarios of how we think they can fix it. They don't always listen to us, but that's the plan. I've got the steel for the front of the junior high gym, and we need to get started on that. I need to probably coordinate with y'all. I don't know what your schedule is coming into there. I don't want to have your gym storage blocked off. It's not a big project, but we can we can, really concentrate on that when we started, but at some point, we are gonna have the front of that gym torn
You
up.
mentioned the high school.
Which gym?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We have the steel and there's some small amount of concrete work, which we're working in the steps and ramps, but it's gonna, when we tear that off, it's gonna keep y'all from going into those.
Yeah, and we need to make sure that junior high gym is operational before we do that.
Well, and that might be an issue, so
Yeah,
we,
well.
Yeah, they gotta have one.
I can hold off from, like I said, that little canopy out front,
Yeah.
it's not gonna take away from, and we can actually do that later on, so it's just not an issue, I'm just bringing it up.
I said we get to volleyball season, basketball season. I know it puts full runs in a little bit, but that's gonna be your busiest section, student.
Yeah, it's right after gyms in here. Gyms are always busy.
Well, John's been pushing me to get all of them started, but he doesn't realize we gotta coordinate with y'all, like, we just can't just say, you're out of there, so
Yeah.
we're trying our best to work with you on this. Overlook anything? Said I'm playing catch up, I've been gone a week and it's been a lot happened in a week since.
Yeah, that's,
Just to add on the elementary, we're working on the stucco system. You can't really see it, it's on top of the roof. We're trying to get that knocked out before we tear into the hallway. But it's going.
What's our timeline? So I apologize myself, I've been gone for 2 meetings back to back. Unusual, but that's what we said. What's our timeline on the, last time I was here, we were opening elementary around now.
Yeah, it got pushed back, we had some issues with the state.
I'm sorry.
With the state of New Mexico, they had some issues with permitting where they were filing a bunch of permits on there. So RJ explained it in one of the board meetings.
Okay,
And then it pushed it back to what December, I think.
I was really hoping we could already have it tore open and the steel up, but there was so much communications line.
Yeah, D&D's
been over there for
weeks.
moving all that stuff, and that's,
Fire alarm, I mean, that office is the brain of that entire school.
right.
So, I mean, everything runs through there, all the power, all the data, the fire alarm, everything had to be relocated. Because all of that opens up.
so between the fire lines and all the data that ran through there, they've been over there for weeks working on it. And we're idling until they get out of the way.
and the state of Mexico came out of nowhere. It's been over the last couple of months, and just with all kinds of requirements, and I've never seen anything like it.
When
Between
they
them and
just
county.
one little check mark on the
On the
application, and it just fouled everything up. And it just delayed.
And so our permitting and everything was held up.
Understood. So we're looking,
And RJ was here,
They got
remember?
burned out.
Well,
He was here and he made a statement, made a speech, did the best he could to explain it away, but apparently he really never gave an answer to whose fault it was and how it came to be, but it really
I know.
falls on their
falls on them, yeah.
It falls on them, but it's, the blame is spread on a lot of components.
Yeah.
They were permitting these jobs under one permit. And the way that slipped through, and I don't know how the state of them slipped it through, it didn't have any addresses, that should have stopped it right there. But when you take like athletics, it had the field house, the stadium, and the little remodel in the gym under one permit. And ticket booths and everything. Well, think about this, when we got it done, I don't know if y'all knew Skip Conley, he was the state inspector,
He was,
retired.
and then he
He's
said.
on his way out, he didn't catch it, the new guy didn't catch it, but one of our electrical guys come in and said, I need to see your plans on this. And we already got a CO on one of them, well, you CO this one, but this one's not finished, you can't get a CO on that one. They needed to be certificate of occupancy, they need to be done it all at one time. And that created a mess, because they're not done it all at one time.
Right, and then another thing is if it used to be 10% or less of what the job was worth, you could make changes.
Right.
Well, now, in order to make any changes, you have to resubmit all the drawings. So if it was 10% or less, you didn't have to resubmit all the drawings. So now, every time they make a change, the architect has to resubmit all the drawings, no matter what percentage of the project that it to make changes. And some of those changes just happen in real time, they just make the changes.
For instance, our electrical changes on the field, we put all the laser lights and we call them rainbow foo-foo lights, because all of those lights, there's nothing on it, even though all that has been submitted and approved, there's nothing on the stamped plan. And our electrical inspector caught that, he's like, hey, wait a minute.
Well, we we got a 100 amp breaker on the plan, and now we got a 200 amp breaker in there with 40 more spaces, what are y'all doing with those?
Right, so he tagged it until they, and it needs to be that way, everything needs to be permitted separately and it has its own inspections, and it created a mess.
Yeah, and our permitting, again, not trying to place blame, but clearly somebody dropped the ball. So, and permitting and such goes to Parkland.
Yeah, but not, see, so what had happened on part of it is the permitting has to go through a certain process. Then it comes back to us, and goes back through another process. Well, the state made it now where in order, so this is the thing they said, you need to be 911 address. Okay, no problem. You have to have a separate address for all these projects separately. So we go to get them, and the first thing the county now, that wasn't requiring it, they said, well, where's the deed to the piece of property?
I remember all of
Like 100 years ago, I don't know. So we had to apply for the deeds to every piece of property. That had to come back before we could even get it re-permitted and started back.
Right.
That's the problem.
It created a headache.
that. So this goes all the way back to the water meters, I mean, all of
Yes,
that.
it does, it ties all into everything to, because you have to have, but that wasn't in place before. That's really not Parkville. They've never had to do that.
Right,
They never had to do
fell
that.
into their
Yeah,
lap and they
they fell into their lap,
didn't
now you
realize
have to do it. They're like, wait, we've never done this before.
Yeah, well, we did rock and roll, been doing this for years.
Yeah.
And permitting jobs, and I've never had.
Right.
And the reason they clumped those together is because it didn't have any addresses, and it's under one project name. It makes logical to do it, and I see Park Hill's reasoning, because all their code analysis data sheets, they can just do one, right, instead of 3 or 4 of them. But they thought it was saving them time and money, but in the end, it kind of bit its holes in the butt.
Yeah. As far as the December date, is that affects the campus, as far as functionality, or nothing, they'll just go like this.
That was the last day after.
Will we do a mid-year moving?
Probably in December, I would think, again, they're, as much good as they can, because there's some of the things that we're using that for, it's not just traditional classroom. So like a speech therapist, we'll make moving there in December.
Right.
It's not like they're moving all the kids' stuff and all kinds of, it's not as big of a deal. But it's little areas moving, not big classrooms or grade levels. So yes, it's possible.
So we have forward progress everywhere, but I did want to run it, but like I said, I'm an open book. We're struggling with getting some of our RFIs and our submittals through. And Park Hill's aware of it, and even though ultimately it falls under them, they're kind of like us, we're pushing this guy, but Derek told me sometimes I can't get him to answer the phone or email him. I don't know what the recourse is, right? Threatening with
Well, I
liquidated
think-
damages under that, or.
That's a real deal.
Generally, I think Mr. Schneider and Mr. Loftus can definitely set a fire there.
Well, they definitely have more pull than I do, because they're like, ooh, no, click.
You want to pay that? No.
And you want to get paid? Last meeting I attended, there was discussion about a or some sort of power box or something that was affecting with Excel. And I think it had something to do with CTEC or the oil and gas, right? Is this right?
No, you're talking about over here, and that got delayed a month, and that really aggravated me, because Miguel came down and said, we're just gonna delay it. We're ready for it. We've got our stuff done, we don't have Tico don't have the conduit, but he's waiting on
That was
engineers for the size of the conduit.
I think so. I think so. I just was.
Jim, that's too many meetings ago.
Well, I was just wondering if we're still waiting on that?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. And we've been ready and we've jumped through these hoops and then all of a sudden more demands are
From Excel.
thrown at us from Excel that we have to jump through these more hoops. And then we jump through these hoops and then they say, oh, we're gonna put it off another month. And And as I was telling Mr. Schneider, we're kind of being held hostage a little bit because they are the only provider in this
And
area.
I've already called their community relations person. And then another thing with that, I don't know what it is, but I have never seen this much regulatory mess. The 2015 was a breeze compared to this. I don't understand why or what's going on at the state level, that they're suddenly scrutinizing every time. They never have before.
Right.
So I don't know what happened. They didn't even care if it had an address on it. So I don't know.
Our team though, between our admin and architects, and contractors, we're all aligned, it's literally just an Excel thing.
I've been doing this 45+ years, and now they're requiring us, we have to have the red stamped drawing on the job and a copy of the permit. And if you don't have it, the inspector will drive up and drive off. Plan can be laid in there, he says, sees the plan, they don't even look at it. And I know why they're doing it, because all these added changes, they want to make sure it's been published and documented into that. They don't even look at the plans there. So I have never seen, like you said, so much scrutiny over. You think about it, I've got a simple job, you got 100-foot footing. Why do you need the plan there to look at? I mean,
And then not only that, but if you change that one little thing now, you have to resubmit the entire drawings. We're used to, you could make 10% or less changes.
Right.
I noticed
I
that.
remember that.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna change, because I think it's gonna clog our already slow state up to a point that they're gonna get some backlog. There's no way they can keep up with having every little page printed and put in that one. There's just no way.
I've never seen anything like that. But that's what I'm saying. The first bond series was nothing. Now they even have more help and it's still more of a problem.
Yeah, I remember that 10%.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just have to catch up.
No, that's
Oh, that's good.
I understand, because I've been gone a week, and I told Grady, you're gonna have to fill me in on what y'all got done. They actually, I really thought they would call me more while I was gone, and they didn't.
And part of it also in the oil and gas class, now they're saying, everything's good, we can get it hooked in there. Well, now when it comes down to it, and they're getting their construction part finished, then Excel came back and said, that's 3 months from now. Just the other day, and I thought, well, why didn't you say that? Because we've been in contact with them, and inspectors and the state and Excel, we stay in contact with them. But then when they throw the 3 month at us, there's nothing we can do on that part. And now we could, if it was contractor, I could equal out a fire someone, and then I can call their PR person. But then after that, Excel, you're at their mercy, they're the only game in town. You know, they're always ones that sell electricity.
Them guys want to be paid up for.
Yeah.
And the guy that's over Excel Energy right now used to work for me, and I call that favor to him, and I don't want to call him again, but I've called his hand, he's helped me out 2 or 3 times. If they're really in the holes to 3 months, I might have to call him one more time.
But now that we know it's all in place, we can streamline locally and just know how to navigate it next time.
Okay.
Okay.
So next.
Thank you, I'm sorry for all the questions.
No, I'm glad we can kind of get you caught up and kind of, you know, like I said, I just wanted y'all to know where our opposition is right now. We're struggling with some RFIs and engineering answers.
And
Mr. Slater, Mr. Locke, sort that out.
Oh, sure, absolutely. The football field,
One last thing, I'm sorry.
it's almost finished.
Okay,
The turf.
like by practice?
Like,
The,
yes.
which one are you talking about?
The turf, where they
First
use it.
Well, just play on.
Yeah.
It should be another week, I would think, and we'll have a ready to go surface.
So we won't have any trouble with the season then.
No, but the actual overall facility
I don't
was
like
the
that
flooding.
face.
That set all that back because we had to get a flood study. We had to have engineers look at it, we had a state approved of our engineer drawing. I'm just saying, I've never seen it like this, where it's that much red tape to get in. You guys make It's Mr. Wallace. No, but all I'm saying is this year he's been instrumental. I don't know what I would do because it ramped up. I could have not known that when I hired him to do that. And it just has paid off in dividends because of the amount of stuff that I have never seen before. One, but thank God I put somebody there to help.
Now someone's going to ask for a raise.
We're just getting the Taylor Swift shirt. Yeah, you take it.
But really, it's a big help, but thank you guys for allowing me to see.
We've got another, it's supposed to be for FEMA, but another 10-foot access gate on that south end we're supposed to cut through. And we're going on 5 or 6 weeks. I don't know where to put it. I know it's gonna be somewhere around 10 feet. My biggest concern is, and I asked Kelly about it 2 weeks ago, when are you gonna give me the location and the size of this hole that's gotta go in that fence? She said, I'm waiting on something from FEMA, but I should have it in a week. It's been 5 or 6 weeks. Here's my issue. If they get that track down, then I gotta cut a hole in there. I could take a chance on damaging that track. And it's just little things like that that's putting me apart. And I'm not blaming Parkville because she's waiting on something from FEMA, but to me, 6 weeks, come on. Ring somebody's bell and give me an answer.
You guys have anything?
Well, if you don't have anything, I'm gonna head home.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
I'll be
Thank you
staying.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Travel safe.
Thank you.
A lot of roadblocks.
Yeah, sounds like that, man. A bit more roadblocks in the last 3 months than ever ago.
I know, we sailed through that first. Not even from the state. I never got any communication of anything wrong from the state the first go around. This time, it's just, I don't understand it either. Something happened, I think legislatively maybe, or there's been something going on there. But the state really clamping down on everything, even they may be clamping down on Excel. So I don't know, since Excel's a nonprofit.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, just full disclosure, Excel might affect our ability to play on Friday night.
Right.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. They're supposed to come August 13th through the 15th to install that. And our first game is August 22nd.
Right.
So hopefully we'll be okay, we'll have lights. But just full disclosure, because I know, if for whatever reason we can't play on Friday nights, you guys might, hear about
Takes
that.
a week, yeah.
Yeah,
But we
but
have
I mean, there's
zero
literally,
recourse.
we were
Yeah.
ready to go. And then they called me and said, we can't do it because the trees had to be removed. Well, they didn't tell us that, but we were out there walking the site.
No, he was telling us, no problem, we get this stuff in
Yeah.
4 weeks, he was telling us.
And then it was like, and then you gotta pay us more, and then all this, and so I jumped through these hoops very quickly, within a few hours to get this done, and then all of a sudden get an email, we're gonna push it a month.
We have a plan, be interesting case. Sure, the 22nd.
Saturday afternoon.
Where
you don't have to use lights.
What is that?
Yeah,
Daytime.
where you don't have to use lights.
Right.
I mean,
Coach will get out there flipping the square.
that would be, the only things you could do is play Saturday afternoon or play at their place, and we don't wanna play at their place.
Yeah.
We'll get through it. We'll get there. Thank you, guys. You may have any other questions? Ready to move on to the next one?
Oh, wait, no, I do have a slideshow here for you, from the architect.
Oh.
Is it here?
It's on the bottom, I think.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so, this is our beautiful, idealistic community, and all these pictures are, the houses are nice.
It's all that background, that is not.
There's trees, the houses are beautiful.
Go ahead.
My house is even beautiful, the landscape. No, okay. So that's the oil and gas, the new CTE, the company that building is gonna be, that's the shop class. The existing. What, hold on, back up, what, okay. So this is the new entrance to the shop class with the pickleball court right here. Built over the part of it.
Where are these meetings?
So Mr. Marcus.
So
Every time.
basically what we're looking at
Don't they approve that
is
one?
completely surrounding the existing building that is there right now with so you have your existing shop building. This is gonna build like an L around the shop building, so on the south side and the west side. So you won't even be able to see see or know that the old shop building is even there.
Mhm.
That's what this is. So this is
that in the
looking
back bottom left corner, is that the
right here.
building? No.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yes, this is the old building. This is,
Wow.
to orient you, the elementary gym, the back of the elementary gym would be right here.
Okay,
So you're looking from the back of the high school
right.
courtyard down to where if you walk out of the back doors of the high school, you would walk to the CTE right here. Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so over here would be like the junior high gym right here.
Okay.
So we can see it better here.
Yeah, so this is Panther Street right here. This is Panther Street running down to the stadium. You can see the edge of the junior high gym right over there. It would move the fire lane. Currently, the fire lane would be sitting about right here. It would move the fire lane up against the junior high gym.
Where that empty.
You know where Graffiti Street
Right.
used to be, it would move it up.
When we did that last time, didn't we have, a lot of trouble with creating a fire lane last time because of the different weight variance you had to put in the concrete or the asphalt or?
Yeah, and that's why mainly, so where this old Graffiti Street is, they had to go in and put a huge vault, big as this whole table, for all the stuff to come into. One of the big things that they're looking at now, they're having to move that vault because they're adding the court and part of the rocket class. Because we really want to include rocket class in this building. It will be literally sitting on where the vault is now. So that vault has to be moved over, and then when we do that, we can move the lane over.
Okay.
So the lane, the utility vault, they call it, and everything last time was like a spaghetti vault.
Right.
Remember what a mess that
Yeah, it
was?
was a mess.
So they have to kind of move that over, but it will actually make it a little simpler, because last time we just used the existing street, which was Graffiti Street, where you go in there, it's still the old Graffiti Street entry. That's how we were able to do it, and use that part of the street as the fire lane. See what I mean?
Yes, sir.
That's from the top here,
Mm-hmm.
and then this is the new fire lane, see it? And then the courtyard and everything like that. And then the greenhouse is over here in the junior highs with the training area. Okay, that's all, that's what RJ sent. He said he'd have follow-up explanations with, and stuff on it.
So what's the deal with the pickleball thing now? That's where,
Right there.
so it's right at that shop.
Yes.
Kind of weird. But
Oh, I didn't approve it.
It's more, it's more or less
Killing
Just
some
kind of-
dead space.
running out of the room.
Right.
Yeah, you have to kind of combine.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's.
Something for kids to do.
But everybody usually, they usually equate pickleball and rockets.
yeah, I mean, makes sense. Exactly.
So this would be, this right here would be the new Rocket Lab, right on the inside of the inside.
And they can use for basketball too, which is one of the big things we want.
Maybe it's for the rocket students, like their brains are like fired, they're all cylinders, and they need a break while
Yeah.
developing the rockets, they go out and do, you know, a pickleball.
That's
a
it,
match.
all the ADD kids out
Yeah.
But the way education is going nowadays with the push of the trades,
Right.
I mean,
We just, and I was talking to Mr. Loftus, I said, I don't wanna do this, I don't wanna be in construction. And he was like, yeah, but you gotta think about how CTE is going. And I'm like, yeah, that's true.
That's where it's going.
You have to keep looking out ahead.
We don't need any more philosophers.
We don't need that.
Plumbers and
that's it, I mean, what true.
Seriously.
Yes, yes, yes.
We've done really good the last few years at building, trying to build programs, just academic strength, college bound stuff, but we have fell short outside of the
Absolutely.
The rest.
trades. And so we're, I think we're catching up to that.
So we kind of going in the right direction, I like that.
Y'all like that? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think of all that stuff in shop.
Got little container.
You build a little rocket, you're gonna go play some pickleball.
Thank you,
You know,
sir.
back in the seventies, they had breeze space where you got some cigarette.
The
Now it's healthier, it's pickleball.
kids used to smoke.
Yes. Well, my sister was in school, she's 12 years older than me, but yeah. They go outside with breeze spray and smoke. It was totally fine. That's nobody cared. Yeah. I think pickleball's a lot healthier. You still get winded, you know?
All right. Oh, boy. Anything else on that? No such as
Yes, the only other thing is the old gym. We're still struggling with the floor in there because it got damaged. Then it rained another storm and damaged it more. So the floor guy's ready to repair it, but we're not ready if it's not sealed. And we're not 100% guaranteed. They said they can't guarantee it. I said, well, I was talking to Mr. Office, if they can't guarantee it to be sealed, then they need to guarantee that it's gonna be finished by October, like they said. I'm talking about putting the buildings together and weatherproofing them where we don't have water coming into that gym when it rains. Because when they get all the ceiling and the walls on, it won't come in there, it'll be inside. That place will be inside of the new building.
Right.
So that will fix it, but we don't have forever to wait on that gymnasium. That's he didn't say anything about it, but that's one of our pressing things is they need to either say, we will have it done by October, or we will guarantee you it's sealed. That way they can go and finish the floor, fix it.
And I think,
I do have a couple of questions, like when he was talking about that drain going, well, first of all, making it go into the gym, and then it going over the electricity. When was that done? Why was that not, like, how do you not look at that and say, this is a problem?
Yeah, this can't be right.
Like, how did that happen?
I don't know.
I don't
Who was
understand.
that would have been?
So
who's in
many
charge
times
of that
before.
piece? So
Somebody
was that, any of that done during construction?
Architect designed the redo of that building, but the electricity and the drain were already there.
That's what I'm.
Now, why they didn't say existing, this is a problem.
Right.
When they redesigned the building, I don't know.
But if you've been doing construction for 45 years, why don't you say, this is not okay?
Yeah, as
This
a
doesn't
construction
make
company coming
any
in.
sense.
And then they can do it as a change order or, yeah.
Yes.
Right. And if we're flooding, the first
And honestly,
thing to change would be to reroute the water.
I mean.
and honestly, Lasco has been very common sense about things more
Yeah,
than
but
the
this
others
is
do,
not.
which they don't have, I mean, they're just saying, this is a problem,
Yeah.
they're noticing it.
What is the purpose that we really, and probably questions for them, but, why can't we just reroute that water first? What was he talking about, the elevations, the whole, I mean, I understand what he's saying, the
Yeah.
elevation is the whole way down the side of the building, meaning that it doesn't matter where he puts the spout, it's gonna run right there. But I'm sure
You can redo this.
fix that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I'm
I'm just
saying.
saying, you're telling me you can't redo the spout, even if you make it go.
Pretty
I
much
mean,
not.
yeah, or put a little dog leg in the spout.
Mhm.
Is that not possible?
It
That's, I mean, I don't, that's the issue when somebody comes in here and just the first time I'm hearing it.
I'll go
That's a
look
big
at
issue.
it.
That's why I didn't
I'll
mean
take
to
care of
fix
it.
it, I didn't mean to be snappy, but I don't like hearing it the first time when I'm.
Yeah, I get that.
And because he shouldn't hear it,
So-
we shouldn't be hearing this.
Definitely.
See, that's what, we can only tackle what we know and understand.
Yeah, yes, I mean, in speaking with the whole communication,
Mhm.
why in the world was this the first time that he's saying that they've been behind? He should have been telling you, and you should have been telling him,
Yeah.
and then, would we be at this point?
Well, that's why I was just kind of surprised, I mean, obviously.
That doesn't make
middle
sense
of
to
May
me.
from now, which is how long I've been gone.
Aren't
Sure
they
seems
normally
like
pretty good about
things-
communicating with you?
Fell way behind.
Also-
I mean,
I
this
mean,
is the
yeah,
first I've heard of anything like this.
And they're still on track on their timelines.
Is that why maybe he thought he didn't need to bring it up
RJ updated.
before? Maybe.
So last month, I just mean between May and now,
Yeah,
it seems like a lot is falling behind.
so we had talked about the updates, because before, Lasco was kind of, Park Hill was kind of out of step with the updates.
Right.
So we would still have, this is gonna be done in May, and it's sitting there looking like that, but then Park Hill would still present you guys.
Right.
We just had that where we wanted them to correct that, which they did 2 months ago. And for last month and even the month before, because the timeline was out of step with reality. Because of all the
Because
change orders.
every time we do a change order, it actually affects
Exactly.
the end date. You
Yeah.
can just change it. It
Right.
extends the timeline. Well, it wasn't being reflected
In their presentation.
on their presentations. And I sat here and, when I first got moved in this position, I was like, there's no way.
Mhm.
I mean, with the changes and everything that's going on, there's no way we're gonna meet this. And I
You
kept
being
telling
brand
him,
new.
yes, and I kept telling him, I was like, there's no way, we're gonna meet these deadlines, that they need to update this, and so like,
So we got with them and say, you guys can learn this in real time, because the board's only as good as the information they're getting.
yeah.
So is there just a it seems like there's just, for whatever reason, for right now, there's a disconnect between Masco and Hartland.
Well,
I mean, it just sounds like it.
I think there has been a degree of that with any construction company that we've worked with.
Right.
I mean, it didn't
Here
matter.
in the last 3 or 4 months, it really seems like things have obviously got off track. I mean, we're waiting for.
Yeah, they're waiting on approvals
A lot of approvals.
Yeah,
I would say in the last
But,
2 months, it has escalated.
Well,
The last couple of months, prior to that, it's understood, right? You
But
know it's coming.
but
It's
the,
always going to happen.
Right.
But the last couple of months, there was just a little bit of a disconnect and then no answer. And then the answer we got last
Well,
month was like,
Well,
oh,
and-
sorry, we didn't know.
another issue is when I asked the owner of Lasco, and he says everything's up to date about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
right.
How come?
Yeah.
That would have been a perfect opportunity to tell me about it. What I'm saying is that's what is kind of irking me. I've given them opportunities and said, are we up to date? Yeah, we're up to date with everything now. When I got back from my trip, I said, where are we with all the submittals, everything's been submitted, we're up to date. I said, is there anything on the junior high that's nothing? I'm just saying, they told me nothing.
And then you get
2
that.
or 3 weeks ago, and then I get this.
Yeah.
So I would say another why in the last few months, I think, is because we really have amped up the pressure
Yeah.
on
Which is fine, because we've had some situations where
and I would-
delay.
And so I think what happens is, we're holding their feet to the fire even more.
Right.
And when we're asking questions on certain things, it's kind of the blame game.
Yeah,
They are each kind of blaming each other.
Sure.
that's true.
And they were able to get away with that during the COVID
Yeah.
business and after the COVID, but now we're
But now
in
that
the
I'm,
window situation, we get that, but
but,
now here we are.
but now that I'm more into this position and have learned it, the pressure's on.
Yeah.
I'm holding them, and I think that's what a lot of it is. I mean, I'm there every day asking questions,
Good.
whereas they were meeting with prior every other week
Yeah.
on
You
an
weren't there.
OAC meeting.
We'd be
Well, now
way-
I'm there every day,
Yeah, further.
Go and check in what they're doing.
checking down over their shoulder on everything.
So is there a way that the next OAC meeting, maybe we can, it's just a suggestion, I don't know what that looks like, but get John and RJ and everybody there.
At the table.
Well, and I don't know, I mean, there could be a topic where they
Yeah.
talk about the updates, but then there just needs to be a topic where they talk about communication,
Mhm.
how.
And
is
when
it-
they're together,
Right,
if you have them there together,
yeah,
they're gonna have to face each other and say, who's at fault, what's going on, and right.
I think that's probably.
Yeah.
When is our next meeting, OLC? AOC?
The August the 7th,
Nobody wants
Okay.
Sandy Cortez.
Which isn't very long, so yeah.
next Thursday.
Next Thursday. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe we just put them all.
They're blowing them up.
Yeah, just put them all in the same
I'm
thing.
gonna sign you up.
Okay.
Just saying, okay, and the older, what I'm having flashbacks about is the whole past with HB.
Yeah,
You
I got his
remember,
face right here
Right.
in my mind.
when things started to go bad, we didn't interact right away. We just kind of let them guide us, and that was the worst thing we could have ever done. And I think now it's not that it's going bad, but it's definitely, impacting our timelines and the campuses and the instruction and the kids and all of that stuff. So, and that's where it just has to become a little bit unacceptable and go, okay, you guys gotta get in the same room and put air it out, let's get back on track
But like
right
where it's
now.
at.
Right now.
And
It's
just
just
Take
like,
ownership and move on, just get it done.
so then we're all on the same page, because HPE, that time, we let that go 10, 12 months, and
Mhm.
it created, right? And that was a mistake on our end, because we just didn't want that.
And then Caleb pulled the poor guy and we all felt bad.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think we're there yet.
No, and that's
No,
why,
I-
that's why I
all
want
it-
to get away from getting there.
What's to
That's what
me,
happened. We just let it happen.
Well, Robert had been here a while, then he comes back with this off the wall couple of things that I've not heard of.
Right.
And I don't know if it's something with him, but I will get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it with John, actually.
Right.
Because I don't know where that's coming from when John just told me, no, it's up to date.
Everything's fine.
And I'm sure-
It's fine, everything's
You know,
great,
well,
you don't
it is-
tell me
it is
that.
very
And then
possible.
your guy come in and,
Yeah, it is possible that, and I'm not making excuses for anybody, but, you know, he was on vacation.
Yeah.
You were on vacation, we've been disconnected here at the board
Yeah.
level. I mean, there's been so many little pieces that just weren't in place that, hey, I mean, again, and you're right, we're nowhere near where we were with HB. But that's our goal, is to never be there.
yeah.
So, and we recognized it last time, we just didn't intervene, we didn't know any better. And now we know better, so we go, okay, no, let's not let this happen. It's last time I chewed this up, and spit this out. That was horrible. Cool. Anything else, Mr. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Also, the parking lot over at the baseball field, we've got to wait until see what the city's gonna do with the street first. No idea, I don't even know what they're gonna do. So at some point, it's either
Whether or not they're gonna,
what they're gonna do, are they widen it, are they
Right.
gonna this, what the elevation's gonna be, they don't know any of that. So we can't really, we can only go to a certain point, like get the building built, and then wait on them.
maybe it's just Mr. Snyder. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just-
Common denominator.
Yeah, it is, that's true.
Boy,
Oh, yeah.
they said in 2 months, they expect the city architects to be 60% done with the design phase.
60.
For a street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, we have the LGRF that has to be done within a year, and so it's like.
And that year started in February, right? Or did it, was it this year, February or April?
It was February that we were doing.
It's a baseball season.
But the parking, it's just a parking lot, it's not the actual, the building will be
Yeah,
built,
but
everything,
still.
yeah, it'll be a dirt parking lot longer until the city gets their street where it needs to be, so we'll know where.
Listen, it's fine, just because your car needs an alignment every time you go out, it's fine.
We'll just, we can just, use the Loftus's Jeeps. There you go. They can shuttle people.
Yeah.
You can get in them.
Well, most of us have actually.
Hey. Don't think I won't run and jump.
Smack machines. All right, anything else?
Not on that.
All right, good deal, let's move past that one.
Yeah.
No.
I thought that would be a fast one.
Yeah.
No.
Let's move it up and get it out of the way.
Well, I thought so.
Save it up, like an Epstein.
Calm down.
We're ready to move on, I'm going to stop.
Those AG's probably watching this on television right now. Okay, item number 6, financials. Mrs. Keller.
Okay, I do not have any bars, since we're, starting a new fiscal year. The first page that we have is the fund balances, so, I'll be on the right side where it says cash balance, that's what we'll start the year with for each of those funds. And of course, those negatives are the
I was
R
at all the way
bars.
to the variance, I was like, you don't have any money? I was like, I was like,
And then the next page after that is the treasury report. So we did finish the school year there. And so we're averaging about, in the SB nine, about 1.5 million a month in the SB nine. And then in the first, their operational, the operational one is about 350. This is oil and gas. I just wanted to point those numbers out so I can see you guys can look at this for whenever I show you how much money we're gonna be investing into that EBS. And then, let's see, then you have the status of the SB nine. And so those matches, those numbers match with the cash balance on the balance report, so you have 65 million. It is, that we'll start the school year with. And then with the bond, you'll have the 26 million. And then so this, the next page is the cash sweep. And so we're estimating it's about 500,000 a month. That number will change next month, or actually the month after, as we invest into that money into the other account. So that number will change. We'll still be getting dividends off of it, but it won't be as much because majority of it is being moved to the EBS and EBS.
How's that going?
We haven't done anything with it. It's taken a while.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, it takes us like a week to get something set up, and then a week for another thing, and then a week for another thing, or I couldn't get a hold of Karen for like the past 2 weeks.
It's the company's fault.
No, it's not an Excel situation.
And they're like trying to call me Friday, and I'm like, I don't work on Fridays, and I'm off midterm, so we're just gonna have to wait. So yeah, that's just what it is, so it's fine, like, we needed board approval anyways, and so it's just, yeah, it's going. And then you have your checking accounts that are attached as well. Any questions on this?
I actually have a question, it's not specifically to the school board, but it kind of is. So the Stagecoach Suite. When you get this transaction detail.
Yeah.
Is this something we have to request?
Request?
Yeah. So I'm actually not asking for us.
Like what it's making, what it's generating.
Yeah, so you know where you get the year to date,
Yes.
et cetera, withholding the 7-day yields. Is this a document that you have, so we have to.
Wells Fargo generates this document
Gives
for
it to
us.
you automatically?
Yes.
We ever have to ask for these to be generated?
It's like a bank statement.
Yeah, they're online, you just have to go in and print them out.
Cause
But
it's
so
just
you
like,
do that,
it's like a monthly bank.
Yeah.
otherwise we wouldn't see it.
Right. The reason I'm asking.
Well, I mean, all the reports I do,
Yeah.
otherwise I wouldn't see nothing, so
Yeah.
I do it all.
Well, but
Yeah.
the hospital district uses the Stagecoach Suite,
Uh-huh.
and at the last meeting, there were some questions regarding,
So you have to have a certain access, you have to tell them that you want access to that. Like the other
That's
things,
what
they
I
don't,
was-
yeah, they don't have access to that account.
who doesn't?
Like Carolina and Letitia, they have access to
Right.
Wells Fargo, they don't have access to the Stage Suite account.
Right,
So you have to ask for it
okay.
to get a copy of that
Oh,
stage.
because I knew that I knew that we received one every month,
Uh-huh.
and when they were having the discussion there, somebody asked about like yields and each account.
And you knew about it.
I knew we had it,
Yeah, you
they
just
said it
have to
wasn't
ask
available,
for
and I thought,
access.
no,
So
that's
it's
not
not
right.
been presented to the hospital district, is that what you're saying?
Right,
It's-
yeah, so I was just
Yeah.
wondering if this piece, this is, you have to access.
Yes, you have to, you have to ask
Okay.
for, yeah, we had to, I think I had to submit like a letter or something to them and just put it on my CEO, and so that's how I got access to it.
Okay.
And so there's only like a 7-day window that it's available, so if you don't get it that first week, like it's just gone.
Okay,
Yeah, so it just does it literally month to month, and it doesn't store it anymore, so that's just
right.
like the weird part.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah,
But it is available
It
if
is.
you know how to access it. Perfect, yeah.
To certain people.
Just,
Yes,
yeah,
only,
for certain
yes,
people
yes.
access it, right? Perfect, thank you.
Mhm.
I already played that, but figured out ask. Anybody have any questions about any of that so far?
Sure.
Perfect.
I'm sorry?
Anything else?
No, I don't need any approval or anything,
Perfect.
not on that.
Okay. So we'll just know that there's no bars.
Right.
Talk with Bill's list, any questions?
I don't have any.
I gotta be honest, I was driving and
There was nothing sketchy.
winging it with y'all.
Nothing sketchy in there.
Yeah.
Second, Mr. Loftus, I don't know.
That's fine.
So. Any questions on Bill's list? If not, we motion to approve Bill's list.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, letter C, UBS capital investment, $40 million.
So we kind of kicked it around because you guys already gave us permission to do the investments. But then Nicole said, should I ask him? I said, yeah, because I didn't know anyway the amount. I've always been told, if you don't know for sure, just go ahead and get permission, even if you gave us permission, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't recall exactly how the permission went. Or if it had, it obviously didn't have an actual dollar attached to it. So we were gonna give y'all the dollar amount and see if you were okay with that. Sure. So,
Is there any reason we would need to discuss a dollar amount for an investment?
that's why we were the same, we had the
I
same.
mean, I know we have the
business.
approval to open the account,
Right.
Yeah,
but I don't know that.
we just kind of wanted to get information and probably, I would think you'd need to know and approve.
Well, I think that's a
Well,
appropriate
and
for us to be aware and maybe approve it,
maybe
but.
So
we
I
also
think
don't want
where we
to
need
delay
the
it.
approval is because we're having to do an online transfer, and so we have to do a purchase order.
Okay,
And so it's gonna have to run that way.
understood.
And so, yeah, I think that's where
Yeah.
we're wanting the approval
So
at.
does that mean that any amount we do, we will do a PO for? So in other words, if we were to establish, I don't know, it says $40 million, a $40 million limit, would you?
At 20,000 now.
Well, that's for the superintendent. For the investment, if we were to set an amount that you could operate under, is that wise? Or is that something?
So going forward, like, what I'm planning not to do is continually move money, like,
Okay.
I kept enough money in our account, so we're not having to do that all the time. And so like, it's pretty much just building on its own, and like, we're gonna take care, I think like I have like, for like, at least for the first 2 months, 2-3 months, actually 6 months worth of bills in our operational account, that way, because the first bill is 6 months that we're, you know, the treasury bill that we have. And so, I mean, I know everything is, you know, liquidated, but I just didn't want all these transactions going on and like, what am I doing? You know, I just didn't want a big mess, I wanted to keep it as clean as possible. So I'm kind of just leaving everything there. And then once it starts building up in that first 6 months, then we can attach the draw schedule to it. And then, maybe look into how much money we're getting, like I said, that, you know, the 1.5 million that we're getting from SB9, that could easily just go straight into, you know, every month, just go straight back into there, if that's what we're wanting to do. But I wanted to watch it for a little bit to see how that's gonna work before I start doing that.
But you're putting yourself 6 months out.
Yes.
And then she also,
Yes.
we're taking it out of the accounts that are more stable and not liquid. Because so, you know, we have some accounts, like sometimes SB9 on the construction, it's very liquid, they get all gone by the, you know. And so we just really, she did the more stable stuff that's been there a while.
So the way I calculate it, so looking at the, cash sweep deposit, if you wanna look at that page. It shows the sweep interest there and what we're gaining from it. So that's about how much, like, if you wanna look at the line item for SB9, the 31701, this is July cash sweep deposit. It was in the packet that I, with the fund balances in the front,
This one?
yeah, the fund balances.
It's all by itself?
Yeah, there's a.
No, it's not what I need to highlight.
It says fund
Oh,
balance.
yeah, so it's not by itself. Okay, gotcha. Exactly.
So which page you said?
The cash sweep deposit,
Yeah.
Towards the back of that one right there, too, you're at.
yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
No, the one back.
Wow.
One more.
Close.
There you go. It says July cash sweep deposit at the top. You're too forging, it's this one here, it has the yellow column in the middle.
This one.
Here we go.
Yeah, that one.
Thank
So if you look at the line,
Yeah, you're going wrong way.
Help me out, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
so if you look at the line 31701, you see that that's the cash balance there, and then that's about how much interest we're getting monthly. So that's gonna be building up. It's gonna be similar to that. So we have that amount, and then you have that 15,200 at the top. And so us investing in, it's gonna be very, like I said, very similar to that. So that money is pretty much gonna be staying there with UBS, and but we don't have, I'm gonna say we don't have access to it, because I'm not trying to pull it yet.
Right.
And so the way I figured, is in the 15,200, our balance, cash balance is that, we're rolling over 15.5. And so I kept the encumbrances, and it's about 2.2 right now, but we have, the way we do our POs is we, do blanket POs for like the entire year. And so encumbrances right now, we have like 2.2. Last year, we spent about $1.5 million in the operational. So all I did was just double it up, like, okay, we're gonna spend that again this year, probably just in regular operation. And so I just doubled it up for all the other extras, that we may have. And so that's where I came up with $10 million out of that 15,200. And so, we'll have, the 5 million that we'll keep in our regular operational account that we have access to. And I keep saying that, but I'm acting like it's our statement user account, or so,
We don't have access.
We have access to
I don't wanna
it,
touch it.
but I just don't wanna touch it, just gonna leave it there, so try to keep the books clean.
Right.
And so then on the 31701, the SB9, we have the about 65 million that we're carrying over. And for each project, I've encumbered, $5 million. So that'll get us for the next, 6 months. And so I've encumbered $5 million for each of those projects that we have going on. And then, operational, last year, we spent close to $3 million just out of the SB9. These are just day-to-day stuff and, repairs here and there. And so I doubled that up as well. So that's about $6 million. So then that's where I come up with the $30 million that we would have extra to invest in. And so that's where the 40 million, the dollar amount, that we have to transfer. Where, like I said, everything is liquidated, and if we need access, then it's there.
Right.
But, I just didn't want to mess with that account too much.
Sounds like a great plan.
Yeah, that's just how I estimated things, and then, like I said, we'll let it sit there for like six months, and then like all that revenue that we're bringing is like that 1.5 million, that's just in oil and gas taxes for SB9. And so when it comes that 6 month mark, like, in December, I'll look at it again and be like, you know what, we can push in another $10 million because, because we have those two accounts, we have residential and oil and gas, both from your local revenue and your SB9 revenue.
And so what we'll do with that after this initial is we'll just be sure that you guys are updated on exactly what's going on with it. And it really doesn't hurt to put it as a decision item.
No, I agree.
There's like a $10 million thing. I think there needs to be a decision there, not just us,
Right.
like,
So
I
there
think you guys really need to.
Just like how we have that statement for the cash sheet, we'll have the statement in there for UBS, just to see what it's making a month.
And is there ever a concern about, so if I completely understand holding the money back, that makes sense to me. But that, such a large amount, are we worried that we won't be making money when we could be making
Cash
money?
sweep is still
No,
working
no.
on it.
Oh, so that's
We
still
still
a
get
thing.
cash.
Yeah, we still have the cash sweep on the
Okay.
rest of the stuff, but it's just a smaller account that we have. It's just a smaller dollar amount.
Yeah.
We're still making money there.
But now we're making money with parents on this end, but then the cash sweep is still there, just not as much, because it's like 40 million.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah, and the reason why I just chose 2 funds, because I still have to keep, just like how this one is all itemized of how much each fund is gaining, well, then I only have 2 accounts. So right now, I literally took it from those 2 funds
Right.
and put it there, so I know whenever we need it, it's gonna come back into that fund in our operational account, so it's just not a big mess.
So will there be a point if you see that UBS not gaining, working, that I mean, if we're not aware of so much other than one single piece of paper, will there be a point where you'll be like,
Okay, oh, no,
you know,
I mean, it's
we
market,
need to address
it's
this.
markets and treasury bills, so you'll, I mean, it's gonna be doing what it needs to do, because it's just, you have your daily,
Right.
you know, yields and
So
stuff
we
like
would
that,
we
so.
could never, have the want to put the brakes on, tap the brakes over there because it's not working there, or is it always gonna work there?
I think it's investments, it's always gonna work.
It's gonna work.
I think
Okay,
maybe like if we just watch if the market's like gonna crash, well then yeah, let's just take it, you know what I mean, take it back, or, you know, but then we also have the option, like whenever we're gaining so much, you know, interest off of it, that we could invest more and invest more,
right.
you know, if you have to.
I'm
But
just
I'm not
thinking
gonna make
reverse.
that decision, that's what, you know,
On the
clearance is
reverse
for.
end of it.
Yeah, that's what
How are you gonna,
Clearance is
like,
gonna make sure they
Okay.
do all that
Since
work.
the market
Okay, that's,
changes.
Because I don't
Paying
know all
to do,
of
right.
that, I don't know all of that.
And I think that's where France goes into that is if he forecasts something
Yeah.
that is or that he can tell in hand, the expectation is that he steps in
Yeah.
immediately
Yeah.
and advises us, what to do.
Okay.
And that's his whole purpose. So, yeah, be careful. I mean, that's how that should work. I think
so
that's
back
what-
to the original question of how we're gonna move month to month, we're just gonna,
Well, yeah, Mr. Snyder suggested,
If it's like 40 million, but it may stay the 40 million for a year, I mean, we don't know, but then if it's like, well, let's put 10 more, then we'll come to you and put 10.
that those large amounts should come at least before the board lets us know where.
And it's still making cash sweep money too, by the way. So the 10 million is not waiting for a decision without it making any interest.
Right.
It would actually still be making money in the cash sweep
And is there, if there ever becomes a reason where we should consider,
more quickly.
well, I don't know, a maximum allotment, let's say you come up with a maximum allotment of, I don't know, $30 million. I'm just pulling numbers, I don't know, but and then if it ever hits over 30 million, then that money automatically is gonna be moved into UBS. Is that ever necessary, you think? Like, there's we have certain investments in other places that whenever we get to a certain number, we don't want more than this number sitting there, so anything above that gets moved into investment. So because we want to make the best return.
I think
we can.
that probably will that question will probably need to be addressed whenever, like,
Once we figure it out.
market stuff is.
There's that, but we also have probably 100 different funds we operate out of. Whereas it would be like, okay, which one are you talking about when it gets over there? I'm just saying, I think maybe it should be a real time with y'all.
That makes sense.
Because I know with some of them, when we just have one corpus, one main body of funding, it's easy to do that. Like, when you get over 20 million, just put everything in there, but in one account, because there's like 100
Yeah,
different.
those are the only two accounts that will have the revenue coming in, it's extra
So there's,
stuff.
well, if there's only two.
So those are the only two, and then, of course, we'll have, like EdTech, we can't invest in that because it's already.
And this is just,
It's just
we'll
gonna
figure it
sit
out as, since it's so new.
learning.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Well, how it works.
2 off 4.
No.
So little backfire.
Okay,
There's the water dripping on the electrical.
That was the old Jim. Just blew
Gee, a little bit different. Yeah, go ahead. Anything else on UBS? No. EdTech notes timeline.
Okay, so look at, in your financials, a blue line on the page. It's in the middle of your financials.
Somewhere.
Yeah. It was right, I saw it right after it was the bills list, I had it in mind. Right after there, there's a Moody's, there's a Moody's.
Yes.
You see, right after the Moody's thing, look, it should be,
We done rearranged things.
it should be somewhere right around that. There's so much stuff right
Oh,
there.
I got it.
A couple things out.
I'm there.
There's so much that's going to put on paper. So when you look at it, this is our, and this is why it's important. the board has to adopt the resolution, and remember how we adopt it, you guys usually adopt it at your regular meeting, and then you have a special meeting to claim those funds. That's just showing you guys what those dates will be, so you can look at this and kind of, I'll remind you, but that way you kind of know what's coming up. So the special board meeting is set for September 8th.
See, let's see,
You see that?
I do see that.
And, RBC does have the numbers, but just so you know, right now, we're pushing $7 million right now. That's what we have in the ed tech bid says. So that's probably, I'm hoping they're gonna do a little bit more like how, because it's still, they're still getting money back from it and the taxes, so, that, it'll be, you know, for sure, at least $7 million is what the note would be for.
So our regular meeting is the 18th.
No, 15.
This is September.
No, August, no, August 18th is the regular.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the special board meeting.
Well, I was just trying to figure out, we have to adopt the resolution, the 18th.
Yep.
And then the letters put out, and the interest is set, and then on the 8th, we have another meeting, right? It just doesn't let us start normal, so I'm reading there. Cool. And that meeting on the 8th, that doesn't take any time. at all.
Right.
It's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's very fast. Yeah. It's all out. Okay, we're at-
Mhm. For now,
Yeah, right.
Today,
getting,
yeah, today.
So far away.
That would be good if you could just do a phone call too. It's really not.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be signed for it.
on that day.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Letter E, disposal of obsolete equipment.
Okay, so the list, see the list, obsolete equipment list? It's a long list, it looks like a bills list, but it's, there it is, it's got like thousands of things, and it's really confusing.
So that's the disposal of on the top of it.
At the very top.
And then really small letters. Numbers.
And that is, we went through all of the old, it's even make my eyes cross. And all the old iPads is mainly what it is.
We don't listen to the iPads?
It's each iPad individually.
Yeah, they're outdated and
Yes, they're outdated,
So
old,
they run out.
Passive disposal.
and donated to a church. Was it, what was she saying? To donate?
Where'd they go?
They were going to Levington, I think, but we asked for some, because we have a ministry, and so. we
Okay,
asked
I'll
for
make
some.
it more.
Yes.
Did y'all get some?
Not yet.
Not until here.
Yeah.
So we need to make a decision how we can we not.
It's just, it's like an approval, because it has to go through
Anytime we get
the
ready.
state, like, it has to go through general services of just that we're disposing of that stuff, and they can just make a note of it, because it's in our inventory.
And it gets it out of the inventory officially.
So where's this being donated to?
There's two different places,
Couple.
two different churches, I think.
Oh, nice.
Shelley knows them now.
She said Lovington.
Yes.
And, I asked for 10, that's all I
Yeah,
asked for,
yeah.
just,
Did we reach out to local as well?
I was gonna say, why are we not going to Lovington when we have people
How
in
do you
Charlotte?
do that?
oh, I don't know, that was, I don't know
I
how
took
for
a question
that.
before we even decided.
It was going to Livingston School, I don't know whose idea that was, I don't know. Who you did, I don't know who said.
So I'd like to, anytime we do something like this, obviously, it's, I be beneficial to reach local first. Unless there's some
Put
sort
it out
of,
there?
yeah, unless there's some sort of, suggesting we can't.
sure.
I don't, we're donating anymore, on a building and local to start.
So we just need to, approve to get rid of them, correct, today, and then, yeah, whoever's gonna make that decision of where they're gonna go. Reach out to everybody local,
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
everybody,
all your nonprofits for sure.
for sure.
No, I so.
Also,
What's the split?
I don't know exactly how many there were.
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
We get some money, I think.
22 pages of them.
Oh, yeah, that will stop.
Those are pandemic, was like 5 years ago, we bought every.
This was the year that we had to do them all.
Oh, yeah.
That's
And there's a lot of computers in there too.
Yes, there is, it's a mix of stuff,
Yeah.
it's all technology stuff.
So you're in charge of
Yeah, dispersing it, yeah.
Will you let us know what that looks like next meeting? Awesome. So that being said, we do have to make the motion to dispose of the obsolete equipment.
I'll make it. I'll second.
All in favor?
The only thing, and that's another thing, if there are giving away, it has to be to another nonprofit, so we can't just like put on Facebook, anybody wanting to buy it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, it has to be another nonprofit, church.
We have a few churches here in this
You
town.
know?
And see what we do from there. Is this not on right here?
It's in my report.
Moody's ratings? Okay.
I was looking for that too. I don't see it on the agenda.
It's not in the item.
Okay, I think we're on item number 7, new business, letter A, 2025-26 Park Giddings Handbook adoption. Where?
Did you want to go
Alright,
first?
fine with it.
So I see it.
Is that it?
You should have done
Shelby.
I'm sorry.
Shelby has something?
Oh, I didn't, sorry, I thought there was a copy. Or,
Would you just like to?
We can actually go over the things in it.
it's, most of it is all the same as what we've had before. The only, changes really were, we were fortunate to get a new curriculum last year. And so kind of the academics explaining it and like philosophy, mission statement, that kind of stuff was, needed just to be updated and, letting parents know what their children will be doing while they're in our care. It's not just, we're not just babysitting, we actually have a curriculum and our teachers have spent this last kind of year really learning it themselves, and I feel really good that this next school year will be really beneficial for our kids and our teachers to have this new, curriculum. Anyway, I was explaining that in the handbook this year, what we're doing. We have a new application, new word, right wheel, that was added in there, just on how parents can keep up with their kids with their day-to-day, everything
That's
that
like
they're
the app
doing.
where they get a message on there.
Yes, it's messaging, they get updated whenever they eat breakfast, lunch, their afternoon snack, whenever they take a nap, whenever they wake up, every time that they're changed, if there's a note for the day or an incident that happens, this app, we can log and put everything and parents get a notification
That's really
every single time, yes, and it's been very helpful. Parents are able to message our teachers without having like their personal numbers or anything off of it. We have a iPad at the front with the kiosk, I kind of go into detail on checking kids in and out throughout the day. The only, I'm trying to think of anything else, I mean, there are little things here and there that just need to really be updated, because it had been, I think, a few years possibly since the last.
The payment was updated.
Yeah, that's.
Yes,
Are the red items, the red line items, are those the changes?
majority, yes, or important ones that parents seem to kind of overlook.
Okay.
For most times, like, we have a cutoff time of 10 o'clock. We do not take any more enrollments for the day after 10. Majority of our curriculums are real circle groups. Everything is in our morning. It just crowds easier that way. And then eating with the breakfast and everything like that. So we do have a cutoff time at 10. Some people forget that, or especially if they're new. We have updated, or I've reeled back the time on late fees, or late pickup, I should say. We closed at 5, and last year, before, it was 15 minutes after they were charged the late fee. I believe that's a little too late. I have reeled it back to 10 minutes after 5, then we charge our late fee instead of a 15-minute. And then every 10-minute increment after that is an extra $10.
Was that successful?
It,
Did you get the point across?
I hope so. I haven't,
Even what you were dealing with last year, did that get the point across, or did it help, or no?
no, and I feel some people might have taken a little bit of advantage of showing up right at 5:14, and kind of thing, so it's just kind of like, we would like to get out of work as well, so we just kind of,
Wait, you have a life?
yeah. No, my girls do.
Okay,
Sometimes,
So
yeah.
Shelby, is there a PDF of this?
Yes, sir.
Can you send it to me?
Yes,
So I can
sir.
send it to the,
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That one you guys
Yeah,
can
I'll
just.
pass that.
Yeah,
So-
but I'm
so
sorry,
you
I
did it?
No, you do have.
I do have it already? Okay.
Yes, I sent it to you. to put in.
And so every child that is
To
enrolled,
Everyone, received this one. This is the new one. I have not, handed this one out. Waiting for board approval. I'm trying to think right now of a couple other things that have been in there. We do have a more outlined policy on biters and or scratching, hitting, any kind of,
we have a plan.
Physical.
yeah. It took a couple of years, but I think we have one. No, state says I can't do that.
Okay, my back.
No, it
I
took
need
a
that.
couple of years and it
Yeah,
took
I
a couple of different instances, and we have stuck with one, and it has seemed to work and get parents' attention on how, what we have to do. We have a lot of other kids to care about and who are in our care. We can't keep letting any kind of harm happen constantly. I'm trying to, looking into state regulations, I did find if there is a child sick, this is outlined in there. It was not outlined before, but it is this year. If a child becomes sick at school, throws up fever, parents have 1 hour, not a couple of hours, to find someone to pick them up. And,
What happens if they don't?
it's kind of you get so many, I believe it says 2 or 3, I have a couple of different things that it's like that. 2 or 3 instances of no picking up or being past the time, you'll just have to find alternative childcare if your child if you cannot make the arrangements to have your sick child picked up, then we have to do it for our kids, so we ask other parents to do that for
Well,
them.
I'm the nanny of Jack, so just put my name on everybody's,
Okay,
and I'll come again.
Official.
and I did also find out in the event of a power outage or a water outage, 2 hours. I have 2 hours for power or water to be restored, or I have to close the center.
What about our
And so
generator?
then they're on the hook for,
Yes.
they gotta
Which-
pay them, or it's an infraction against them.
Yes, like I am
So we don't
allowed
need
to give out
to have-
a notice whenever there is, just to give parents a 2 hour. If I do not get anything, if nothing is resolved within this time frame, we have 2 hours to make plans. And then I just update them as soon as, like there was an instance this summer, water was shut off, I'm sure tying into something over here. Let parents know, it was back on within like an hour and 30 minutes, so I just let parents know water is back on, we will proceed as normal as we are scheduled for the day. So those were outlined and found out definite with state regulations, they were added in there. Like I said, mostly the curriculum was updated, the information on it, and just, the late fees, policies on stuff like writing or any kind of water power outages. Other than that, I believe for the most part, everything was just updated to correct names, correct applications that we use, all that kind of stuff.
I think I just found a way to make extra money this year.
Picking up kids that parents can't pick them up in the 2 hour.
Yeah.
Look at
I'm
you.
3 minutes away.
Yeah.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I know.
Really, because, so the instance where she had to add if your kid is sick, you have so much time to pick them up, because she did have a parent that said, well, I'm out of town, I can't pick them up, and 4 hours later, they have a kid that's got a fever throwing up, 4 hours later. I mean, they were almost closing, and the parent showed up.
And it's not required, I mean, the good thing about Bright Beginnings, we're not required to even have it, we don't even,
Right.
nobody even has one, so what we do is above and beyond already. And so that's the best thing about it, it's a privilege to even be able to have your child in it, so we're fortunate to have it, but we want parents to understand that. This is not a compulsory, this is not something like you do with, I'm
It's not an
honestly,
entitlement.
no, it's not at all.
Yeah.
And so that's good that it happens that way. So I sent it to you guys 2 different ways. One is text and one
Just
is
now?
email. Just
Okay.
so you should have it both ways, whichever way you want to look through it and stuff. It's interesting. And we've never brought this to you, and I thought we were looking at it this year. Let's have them look at it.
Sorry, also, I did write it in there and I will have to update it. My state licensure consultant, I've got a hold of her in the last week and the number I have in here is wrong for her office now. She's moved. So that'll be the only thing I'll have to change is, the number for her office.
So if you need to call her.
Right.
Yeah, I'm calling
Shelby's
her.
very good about staying in contact with the state lady about any questions she has, and they come down and they do audits, regular audits, and they check the lighting situation, they check the water temperature, they check the amount of room and how many cribs you have, so it's very thorough what they do and what Shelby maintains.
Nice.
That's good.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Who makes the decision when to send a kid home for illness?
So my main teachers, which they're the ones spending the most time with the kids, they will do their check and observations on the kid. Obviously, if there is a fever, I'm not gonna second guess a temperature. So I let them, if there seems to be any kind of issue, maybe some kind of, feeling between teachers and parents and it not going well in the communication part, I step in and I let them know, and then from then on forward, I am the one to let parents know your child has XYZ, you know, discolored nasal, discharge and everything, or a fever, or, this summer I had to see certain rashes that I had to sit and question, but a lot of people questioned it. So I became that person. If anyone has any doubts in my judgment, we are able to use Breda during the school year. During the summer, it's just us there, but during the school year, I am able to use Breda as a second opinion.
Right.
And if she believes from looking at or checking out the child, then she is able to make the phone call to the parents, and then she then says,
Right.
I have
But the rest is not an automatic?
No,
No.
Okay.
because my teachers and myself should be able to make those decisions, you know, based on, we see them more than anyone, but if anyone has any second doubts, we do have Breda, and we have used her in the past, and just as a second opinion. Sure.
Only reason I'm asking is because there is some inconsistencies, because obviously we see the patients when they leave here, they go to
Yes.
see us. And sometimes, and I was wondering if there just needed to be some I don't know, collective training, or maybe there already is, but we get some kids that are sent to us for every running nose they have. And then other kids aren't, but sometimes we will see these kids several times a month for runny nose. And I'm just passing it on, of course, many times it's believed that it is a subjective, personal interaction that is creating that kid to be sent home, right?
Like the teacher and the parent
Yeah.
Are you talking about childcare or the regular school?
child.
Just
Right, but you're talking about
childcare.
childcare.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
You're already
that's-
talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, I understand, Paul, yeah. So I don't know what the thought is on that, but, obviously every kid that has a ring knows it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely one of, especially whenever fall and winter starts coming around, my kid will be the first, she has terrible allergies, her nose, her cheek coughs, all this stuff. So I understand that. I'm going off of our paper, it's also the paper that the school also provides for that. If there is discolored nasal discharge, we're talking about
Yeah.
runny noses,
We should
right?
fix that, first of all.
That
This
should-
colored thing is just a white scale. It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with
Well,
infection.
that's what I was wondering too, like, do
Yeah.
y'all have like
No,
a certain
yeah, your
time where
color
y'all
of your
check,
nasal
like have health
discharge.
checks?
You know when people say,
No,
well,
like,
oh,
and
you're
they're coming
dangerous.
straight from like outside and you're checking for temperature, they're all.
No, I definitely don't believe in
I
that.
don't think any discharge is
I know
normal.
better than that. It's like when they complain.
Yes,
Anything
Yes,
discharged, usually discharged.
intake, whenever they are enrolled for the beginning of the day, that needs to be the first time that they are looked over and checked. Yes, about midday, I do agree, not as soon as anyone comes in from outside, it's 80, 90 degrees even into November, don't check the temperature, right, coming from
It's just when
outside.
you know that something's
Yes.
off.
That's whenever I will sit and say my second opinion. I'll trust my teacher's judgment. Because like I said, they are the ones with them majority of the day, and I just kind of pop in and out.
Is there a training for that besides just being in the manual, like listed as, if a child has a fever, if a child does this, like, are your teachers and you like trained, like?
Yeah,
So
we
really,
have-
that's really what I was
Yeah, we
asking.
have
It's like an objective, like a temperature, of course, we can check for a temperature.
Yeah,
Obviously, if they're covered head to toe on a rash,
yeah.
that's
And we
something.
have our
but-
standard health and safety, we have our, we have a program that we use, where we get our trainings from,
Right.
that have updated trainings every year that my girls have to take,
Right.
and they're mandatory, so as far as that, or any kind of training we get through the school with first aid, or any kind of,
I was just thinking something specific to, daycare or, pre-K management of, respiratory viruses and the identification of rashes. I mean, you definitely should not be expected to have any
And
diagnosis.
some of these, I'm sure, are like better safe than sorry.
Right, absolutely.
yeah,
I
I
was
would.
just trying to figure out the process because, it tends to be, there's no real continuity. It's between us that are seeing the patients at the clinic. It's like, wow, they'll bring both of their kids in, they're like, yeah, they sent him home. The other one who they didn't send home, I'm like, that one's sick.
That's why school nurses last.
Well, it is,
Well,
but
there's a
of course,
couple of
during the
things with
summer,
that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple things with that, we dismiss, and the nurses out by 4:15, they still have another 45 minutes. And then all of summer, like right now, they're back, but credit doesn't report until Monday.
Right.
So you don't have the nurse to fall upon
Right.
for everything.
Well,
And
it
then,
would take
so,
us so much time.
it also
Yeah.
depends, it also depends on the age group too. Because like in the infant room, if an infant has a runny nose every day, that's a lot more serious than a 4-year-old that has a runny nose every day. So it also depends on the breeding that you're in that you have to take into consideration.
Right.
And then it's not like, they know it's not the standard 98.6. Oh, well, you're not 90, you're 99. They also have the threshold, and if they have like, I don't know, what do you call it? It's not a grace, but it's a little lenient
Yeah, one
Yeah, that way, correct.
Correct.
Correct, because you have students that run at 97 something, that's normal. And then you have kids that run at 99, and that's normal. So they take all that into consideration, but the thing is that, best practice.
Right.
Is what you can do, and yes, they go through, and Shelby is very good, that if she has something and she's like, okay, I'm not sure about this, if Brett is there, they will take them to Brett and say, this is what we think, and then Brett will back it up. And so Shelby and I have met on this, because we have some parents that get upset because they get called out of work because their kid's running a fever. And so just as a backup, as a precaution, I just always say, if you've got the medical professional, let the medical professional talk to the parent. Because then you come with parents that say, well, my kid ran a fever today, but this morning they were fine, and it hasn't met the 24-hour criteria.
And people will send their kids to school.
Absolutely,
sick.
with fever, and it
Right.
says, and I believe it does say, 24 hours temperature free
Without
without
medication.
medication, and that's why I gave them Tylenol. We have that in the school.
Right.
Yeah, my mom gave me some medicine this morning, and you know that only lasts 4 hours. And then by lunch, they're back up to 102, 101,
So that just now affected everybody.
Yeah,
Correct.
I just didn't know if maybe if there was a resource that we could provide, or if it's even necessary to help you guys, like a class or something to help you with a
I
training
would
class
be-
specifically for that.
I would
don't
be
even know if
very
it's-
open to that.
I don't even know if it's available.
Hey,
I just-
why can't our nurse do it?
Yeah.
Like, just show that, like, these are the things you look for, and these are the thresholds, and like, wonder what
Yeah, but it might be better to come from somebody who's
Like outside.
Outside
the clinic.
who's going to train.
Could y'all have somebody?
We're not far enough outside.
Okay.
I'm just kidding, I would.
No, I just need somebody.
I'm very
Episodes or
open
certain-
to that. I'm very
certain
open
kids
to
that
that if that's available to us as we
Yeah,
sit now, we have the standard
Right.
tests that we have to do
Of
in the
course.
trainings that we take. It is online, it is just a training online.
Right,
But, my girls are mandatorily taking that every
Right.
year.
Are all of your teachers moms? No?
But she
I was
has
saying,
a
that's a
mom,
higher
she has a
level.
mom in every room.
Oh, really?
In every room, there are at least one. There's mostly two.
Because
And
moms know.
I wouldn't, and I
Right.
wouldn't go as far as saying that doesn't always mean that someone is a good judgment of character.
True.
on
No,
the
my
Yeah.
mom maybe go to school, something.
For sure, she'd send you,
Yeah.
give you the
We're gonna go
real.
get a shot. No, I'm
Get
good.
it on.
And so far as a student who has chronic allergies, she's worked with them before and said, hey, this would be great if you could send us the doctor's note that says that, you know, that my kid has chronic
That we don't
allergies.
get to home all the time.
Can
Shelby works with them. Shelby
Can you,
works
so
with
you
them.
could give us data without names, right? Like if you say, man, we had like 10 kids and it was all inconsistent this month from the childcare. Can the clinic let us know so we can get with the program to say, okay, Shelby, we had 10 and they were all over the place. And she might could check and see where the inconsistency.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just wondering without giving
It
actual.
would be really hard to track that on our end, honestly.
Yeah,
Because we
yeah.
see so many of them.
Okay.
I'm
just wondering
we know we have our certain ones that I'm sure I can not even have the name you know, who come in often, for things. And of course, their version of the story is not.
Different.
Different.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what I was just asking, is if there was something, because that would be, very easily defended to say, listen, not only does the staff
There's a training.
do this stuff, but yeah, they do, they take a
Okay.
class to do this.
We'll be
and
searching
we
for
get
something.
We're not picking on your kid.
Yeah, if they,
Or you.
district can support that and provide that to them. that
Shelby
would
would love to search for something. She's like,
Shelby
yeah.
doesn't have enough work.
Yeah.
Well, try to go there, but.
No, but no, I definitely, if that becomes available, if we can find
Yeah.
something for that, I would love for my staff to, because now we're just, what we can only do is what we're available.
But see, that's where also Brenda is good at finding that. She has before, like, stuff like that. If she knows of something that could have some.
And you always just have to err on the side of caution,
Right.
But I'm with Ms. Comar too, I mean, it is, that's only using that resource for August through May. That's not on Fridays, that's not during the summer.
That's right.
Because they have,
Friday
they
too.
do have it on Fridays.
So, yes.
So we.
And she's great help, but yeah, it's the being able to, I mean, she has enough work too, though, we like, if we don't have to put any more on anybody else, we just do what we, or
I
yeah.
mean, for some things, if a child vomits, it's not a, we need to take the Reddit, they're going home.
Right.
If there's a strange rash, they're going home.
Or if they're just tired, it's in
But you have those,
No, that's just-
you have those harder, tougher kids that their tolerance is way higher and you just, you have to know them to see that and.
Correct, and there's
Yeah.
student behavior, I mean, we all as parents know if your kid doesn't feel well.
Yeah.
You can pretty much tell, they don't feel well, they don't act their normal.
Is it still the rule, because I know you just mentioned the fever, 24-hour, fever-free, no medication.
Right.
I could have sworn that when we first got here, there was a rule that you couldn't come to school if you had vomited within the last 24 hours or had diarrhea.
That's the same thing, you're not supposed to have vomiting or diarrhea for 24 hours.
Okay, somebody told me that was no longer a rule, and I was like, I don't remember that being changed, I thought it was in the handbook.
Well,
I thought we
Brenda,
were gonna
Brenda will
go through
say,
that.
when we send a student home with vomiting or diarrhea, because we've had that too, she will tell them, you cannot send them back to school for 24 hours. So it was like in the morning, they can send them the next day at lunch, as long as they've gone 24 hours diarrhea free.
Yeah.
And our policy on throwing up, yes, they go straight home, but diarrhea as far as diapers or anything goes, it's 3 instances
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
they're sent.
See, and that's what I said, it depends on the
Food
range,
tastes
it's different
Yeah.
than toddlers, different than
Yeah.
we think.
Well, I know Jim has said, like, when we talk about like diarrhea, he's like, listen, was it 3 times that this happened, or was it 1 time that was like that? Like, there's a difference there.
There's
You
a
could have
difference
eaten
between-
something.
There's a difference between your normal bowel movement being diarrhea
Yeah,
and diarrhea, as most people know it, which is they have to go
again, and again, and
and
again.
circulate 20 times a day. Definitely a difference.
We are discussing that, but what's nice about elementary
Look,
kids is.
that may have diarrhea doesn't.
See, that's what I was gonna say, is with elementary kids, most of the time they can be.
Yes, I need to go home.
Elementary kids will usually say, my stomach hurts.
Yeah.
That's usually.
I was just wondering, I just didn't know, because that's always a good thing to be able to get that training, because it is tough, I mean, we get a lot of runny noses that are literally not, they're getting runny noses, that you're not gonna ever go away, because they're free, right?
Yeah.
So, and the whole discolor thing, that is the wrong one.
Well, if you have green stuff, it's not necessarily sunrise.
No, it's not, it's what you just said.
The color of your snot has nothing to do with
And
infection.
if it's red, it's
Wow.
my
I'm shocked. I thought that's what the doctor told me, so, forever.
Yeah, that's good.
Right.
There's no way. There's no connection
It
between.
is a wife still, because your wife told me.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with Brandy.
All right.
You can-
Let me touch Brandy real quick.
Now,
Our grandmother said, well,
Ow.
I didn't tell you. Anyways, thank you. Is this is this a, action item?
I'll make a motion that we adopt it.
we better, absolutely.
I'll say, after all that.
Yeah, thanks.
She always like, I came here for something, for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's not, I'm not done yet.
You're lucky we put you at the front.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's why I told her, no, you go first.
Well, thank you, all right, thank you.
So much quicker.
Thanks for all your
so
work.
much. Thank you so much quicker. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you.
All right, 2025-26 elementary.
Mine is easy.
Oh,
You guys already have a copy, and I know
Mine is gonna be so fast because we really have gone through and, so the big changes were on page 2. We added 5 minutes to the school dismissal because we had to add 5 minutes to our day. So we
There you
dismissed
go.
every 45.
Problem solved.
5 minutes is gonna make a difference.
And it took less than 5 minutes to do that.
Where we're at, and it's still not even structural harm.
That's perfect.
5 minutes at the end of the
Problem
day.
solved.
So then on page 3, I didn't mark it, I'm not gonna go over it because there were some things that were not grammatical that I had to fix.
Thank you.
I won't go over it unless you want to go over it.
Oh, I will with my red pen, and I will see.
There we go. And I'm gonna tell you right now, we didn't even finish correcting all of them because will be is passive voice. And as an English teacher, you don't use passive voice, but there's a lot of movies in there, so we didn't correct that one. Page 5, we went ahead and changed lunch served free of charge to all students. Milk is just charged $0.25, and that's only because we have students that don't bring a drink with their lunches and they want milk. And the problem with not just providing them free milk is that becomes a problem for Judy and her tray to milk count, but also it messes up the audit for the state when they come in and they say, oh, they track everything. They, proteins, grains, meats,
Yeah.
they track everything,
Even
so
how
they're
many
gonna
times
want
you
to
have
know.
chocolate.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Correct, and the problem with that is, so you're giving out this much milk to these students, but they're not getting a tray.
But it's all free to the student.
It is.
Except for the milk.
Except,
Okay.
well, so here's what we do. Because sometimes students just forget a drink and, oh, I forgot my drink, or my juice has a leak, and so everything. So we will help the student out if it's an occasional thing.
Sure.
But if it's a consistent every day, then that's when they have to.
Okay, so is there still, I haven't been in the elementary cafeteria like in years, but I remember there used to be like a crate when kids didn't want their milk. They would put it on a tray, like in
You
a
do that until
crate.
COVID. Can't do that anymore.
Even though COVID's, I mean, the
You
big,
can still do that.
So even not, then we can start that.
Yes.
so would kids be allowed to go grab from the free bin?
Okay, orphan milk, is that what you?
Yeah, they call it a.
So again,
A community, like a
So
table
again,
community, where
well-
if you don't want the fruit, you can even put your apple, you can, it has it on that, NSLP.
Would they start it with
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
we have a couple of staff members that. You're not gonna drink your milk as opposed to giving them in the trash. Somebody else needs an extra drink.
Okay, well, that's good, because it's terrible to think of it just being in the trash, right?
I know.
Yeah, because
But
they
it's
use
just
the,
on the amount of food that the kids throw away, and it's not just cafeteria food. I tell them all the time,
I've seen it thrown away.
yes, we had
From all
a kid
sorts.
who had a hamburger that was brought, and the kid opened it up, and of course it had all that condensation, and he threw in a hamburger, and I said, you didn't even take a bite, because it's water. There's water all over the burger. I said, that's condensation from it. He said, I'm not eating that. Well, I called mom and said, then told her because
Yeah.
that's.
and they'll go up and
She's
get
the-
stuff in the process and give it to them, and then the kid doesn't eat it. Does the mom know they're just wasting?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's not just.
Okay,
it's not
but yeah,
just-
somebody mentioned that to me the other day about the milk, and I was like, but nobody has to pay for it. Our district does not pay for it.
Yeah,
So
they're
like, it doesn't make any sense for them not to, for them to be saying, no, you have to pay us if you want milk.
If
We
they-
do pay for milk.
Oh, we do,
We do, candies, yeah,
The district has to
district
pay for
pays
it.
for milk,
but not the food.
Gandy-
not the food.
Oh, okay.
Through Gandy Eat, or
So,
the,
yeah, and to help with our audit, but, some of them would see, we can, if you get back, you mentioned that the other test, It's just, we have some kids that just don't want to bring a drink, and they know, you just bring a low quarter. And they just go to the cafeteria and get it, so.
it's easy, and it's easy
And
for
you
the
have
parent not
the
to
water
have to drink
fountains
their
that have the
own
reeds where you can put your water bottle under there.
And that's right in the cafeteria, and we've had students that, can I just fill up my water bottle, and there you go, and then all they have to do is ask permission to get up and take their water bottle. So the kids always have something to drink. No, there isn't anybody that's going,
Like, yeah.
Going thirsty.
Well, as Chloe says, stay hydrated or you get dehydrated.
That's it. That's a medical term, there.
Stay hydrated or what?
Dehydrated. Stay hydrated or you get dehydrated. So also on that page 5, there used to be a process of student lunches that were charged and what, you got so many, well, we took that out. And then there's just one other minor change. So these were all just anything that was changed with the passive voice or correction on grammar. Go all the way to page 18. And on number 16, the time needed to be changed. And it says 3:35, that's supposed to be 3:45 now. So that will need to be changed on page 18 at the bottom. And I think that was the last thing.
Okay, can I ask a question?
You bet.
For pre-K, I haven't had to bring a pre-K kid in a while.
Okay.
Is it still drop off or is it bring them all the way inside or up to the front door or whatever for pre-K drop offs?
So what we're doing, because the instruction is still there and everybody is using, oh wait, are you talking 3-year-old program or 4-year-old program? So 4-year-old program gets dropped off just like all our other students. So in the morning,
Wait, at the elementary front or
right
pre-K?
there across the office. 4-year-old program does not use that side over there in the mornings. So remember when you used to have to park and bring your 4-year-old all the way up to the teacher in the mornings? He's waving at his wheel.
There's a spider, so,
Oh,
and I hit it towards you.
spiders don't bother me. It's a road somebody. I'll stop it for you. Thank you, because I still be out. I don't
That's
hear it.
good to know.
But the 4-year-olds, you don't take them out there in the mornings. The 4-year-olds go to the morning entrance just like everybody else.
Just have the first or fifth grade.
Just like the kindergarten do
Oh.
5th grade.
Okay, good to
4-year-old
know.
programs. And so,
I'm gonna be a bus driver again this year.
okay, so 4-year-olds just get dropped off, just like everybody else. Now, in the afternoons to pick up, it is like what it used to be, you have to park and go pick up your child.
Okay,
Okay, so it's only in the afternoons that you will use that side.
okay, good to know.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions on the handbook?
No, thank you.
So I don't have a principal's report, this is my principal's report, but I did want to say, I will now have an assistant principal for, part of the day to come
Who will that
be? And that's just, and I already gave him a laundry list of, okay, you're in charge of this, and you're in charge of this, and you're in charge of this.
That's quite a blessing to you, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It already had a book. I already filled this book up, so I gotta bring a new one tomorrow.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for letting her have that.
I know the last time I didn't get a color copier for somebody.
See?
I learned my lesson.
There you go, and so, the other big thing that is going to change, so last time I talked to you guys, we were discussing having a system where PE is not required 4 times, you have to have them 2 times. And so if you weren't at grade level, you were going to get pulled out of PE, so you could work on whatever it was, math and or reading. And so we were gonna have that intervention, but the more Mr. B and I worked on it, that not being ready was a slight blessing because we've got 3 people that are coming over to help us with that, but we don't have a place to put them.
Oh, wow.
So, Mr. B will be co-teaching with Miss Savoy. And we came up with a different idea that I'm super excited about. And it's more about incentivizing the kids than penalizing the kids.
Perfect.
And so, I'll discuss more of it next month when we're all back and we get it started. But I am so excited about what we're going to be doing to get the kids ready and try to be on grade level. And we've got that in math, and so Miss Simmons is coming tomorrow. Miss Lisa Simmons, will be all day now. and she will be helping out with reading, and so she will come and visit tomorrow, because I would like to do something similar to that, to what we're doing in math, to do that in reading.
Okay.
Okay. And then we have, Ms. Ramirez that's coming from high school that will come over, and I just met with Amy today, and she will be teaching the upstairs history to give Ms. Rodriguez time to go and actually be inclusive in the classes for students that are limited English or non-English speaking students.
Okay, okay, who's running her at school?
She just covers her education.
I was thinking about Felicia, that's not Felicia, that's like, she's not.
Ah, Felicia, I don't know who that is.
Felicia.
So, and then Miss Owens stopped by and let me know she passed her praxis test
Good.
for gifted.
Today?
She told me that today.
Good.
And we should get the results the second week in August, so we are working on having a true gifted program.
Nice.
And so we do have a student that's qualified, and we're going to have at least one, I guess you could equate it to a period, where she will be working a gifted program.
Nice.
So,
Great.
yeah. What we have coming up,
Wow, gifted program.
Good things.
right?
Right.
Good things, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Snyder said I could go and eat supper.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs.
Anybody have any questions over the handbook?
No.
I do not.
Oh, I did, I thought I asked if you had any.
You probably did.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
I did, because yes, you did have some questions, all right. I apologize, does anybody else have any other questions?
No.
Oh, we're good.
We believe.
We know where you live, it's fine.
Just need a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Since you're here.
All right, let's see, oil and gas lab cameras and access control.
Okay, that's with D and D automation, got a quote, and it's for the access control, alarm system, and announcement system.
Hi.
Congratulations, coach.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you guys.
job.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Yes, and then camera system in the oil and gas labs. Okay, there's two D&D quotes.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
there's
so
two different.
one says classroom addition, one says
The,
No, yeah, go ahead.
the 24,116 is for the oil and gas, the temporary oil and gas lab.
right?
Cameras, access control. And then the next one, the 109,
For the elementary edition.
that is for the big elementary edition for cameras, access control, lockdown, all of that.
So it's basically the same stuff, just two different campuses, two different buildings.
Yes,
Elementary edition, that's.
the whole thing over there.
Perfect.
Yes.
So we have two items. We have letter C, oil and gas lab cameras and access control for $24,116.32.
I'll make that motion.
And they are both,
Separate motions or?
Yeah,
they are not actually on their ed tech money, it's just that, that's confidential.
Yeah. We'll go, so they're gonna be separate because they're listed separately.
Yes. I made the motion,
I'll second, both of them.
Good
and
deal.
now I'll second the second one. I mean,
Make the second one, I'll second the second one.
I'll second the second one if you'll first it.
Yes.
So for a second, all in favor? Good
Yes.
deal.
Okay, this offends me, I just want to know, I want you all to know this.
I know,
This
and if I had to mark it
offends
out, that was what was bad.
It was,
Oh,
yeah, the guy had Uranus on there? I said, who did that?
Where'd you get that? I mean,
It's very.
You should.
Oh, yeah, I
Well, I have this one.
thought it was on top.
So who did that?
That was Jody, so, Jody may not get the contract. No, but there is no contract, it's just quotes.
That's 10%.
I mean, why didn't you just print it out and read it? I mean, I'm all for this.
So that's letter E, right, district housing options.
Yes, so, if you look at it, the way I split it up, one is Second Street. And so when you look at 3-home project, that's to fill in the lots that the Woolworth owns, school is not.
Okay, wait, stop. The 3-home project on Second Street,
Yes,
there's 3 numbers here. How do we know what's what?
okay, different models of house.
Okay,
So the more important thing, look at the most expensive one. You know what I mean, it's just 3 different floor plans. He gave me a quote for the 3 different floor plans that they offer
Okay.
that fit in those holes. So you go with whichever one, they're all 3-bedroom,
They're like the ones that we already have.
they're just like the ones we already have.
One's over elementary, that's what we're looking at. No.
No, the Second Street, they're identical.
So
you need to-
what I'm trying to say is, the homes that we already have purchased that are on the elementary, are these the same?
That's the second quote, which are duplexes.
No, the ones that we already have
Second Street.
over on,
Okay.
is it First Street or Second
Yeah,
Street?
let me
Yeah,
explain
same
my
ones,
rules.
So
okay,
those are just trailer houses, right?
basically.
Let me explain the whole thing.
Shop.
They're modular.
Yeah.
Meaning that they're not mobile homes, they're
Yeah.
modular.
Right.
Both of them are. So are the new duplexes are
They're just
identical.
bricked over.
They're just brick.
Right.
They're the same version, bigger, 2 units in each one, and they're brick. They're the same brand as the ones on site.
Right, that's why I was confused, because I thought HomeSpot.
So basically what this is, why it's 2 different types of housing. One is individual units and one is duplexes. It's because we could go in different directions in the future. We can either go with a more of a communal, like we did over there, or we can fill in holes on Second Street and finish that street out, District O.
Hold on, which street do you live on? Is it Second or First?
First.
You live on First. Oh, man. I want to tear a bunch of stuff down
Oh,
on
my
First.
God.
Not yours.
Oh, okay.
You and Roshana have the nice ones.
We have the nice ones at each end.
Yeah.
We're the gatekeepers.
That's what she said.
Yeah, we did.
One of y'all at the north side, one
Yeah,
on
what
the
is
south side.
that? So, you got, the options are, so the duplexes could be put, there's still property there that the city has, that right there where the other ones are. There's property in Jimmo Camp that the Woolworth has that's all together behind the tennis courts.
Okay.
4 great big huge lots right there. Then there's Second Street, which are little holes, which could be plugged with houses that the Woolworth owns. So it depends on what the school wants to do. If we don't, the situation is not bad right now, but it will get that way.
Sure.
If we don't have, I don't know what else to do, it's like feeding a monster. I'm not really sure whether we should just, no more houses, and then if we can't recruit or find teachers because of it, so be it. Or do we do it and then have these for income forever? They don't have to just be rented to teachers. If
There's
we
no
lost,
law against
there's
that.
no law against leasing stuff, leasing it to other people or companies. But it's harder to do. Now, to sell it would be almost impossible,
Okay,
but not to generate income.
okay.
So like, basically, if we wanted to put
Then you
in,
have to maintain it, and you have to monitor it.
Yeah.
And
you do, but it's an asset that the district would have. It could be sold off, but it has to go through the whole
Yeah.
act of Congress to sell it.
Hey, Brian's got a ride lawnmower. Okay, it's fine. He can go take care of it. But he's pretty busy.
Yeah, I just barely got my yard under, it's horrible right now. So,
In my,
what are you, I mean, I just wanted to have this open discussion, like, these are some options, but we don't have to use these guys, we can look for others.
so if we're talking 2 homes at even the lowest price,
Right.
right here, $680,000, right?
Yes, for 2.
And then if we come over here, which are honestly, in my opinion, much nicer than the ones that are currently on Second Street.
Because they're brick and they look cool.
Well, they're beautiful, they're beautiful.
Yes.
You know, we're talking $556,000 for 2 homes that are bricked, carports, everything. So we're gonna save about $120,000 and get a much higher end product, in my opinion, with the duplexes.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, the duplexes, the only problem is
It's on the fruit.
they won't sit on Second Street,
Mhm.
which
Doesn't matter.
it's not really a thing one way or the other to us, honestly, right? Because we don't own those lots. Or any place we're gonna place them, we're gonna have to buy land.
And maintenance wise, the duplexes, no brainer. There's 4 of them in a row that there's no yard even.
Right.
So,
You know, so even though, no matter what we were to decide, we would have to also find places to put them. We don't own any land currently. That's empty, I should say. So, I mean, I think my opinion, just opinion is this, if we're just looking at these 2.
Sure.
Right? If we never look outside of these 2, this makes more sense.
and we have about 15 acres on the baseball park that could be used. theoretically it could be. But to get it ready is a lot harder. It's already,
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, infrastructure out there, right,
And this is the thing, so I'll try to play this out over the next, because I try to look way ahead. If the housing market stays like it is, we have less and less people going into teaching in JAL than ever before. So people from JAL are not going into teaching. Not, that like, there's some, but nothing like recruiting. And the recruiting is so successful that I'm just trying to look out and say, well, what can happen? Maybe Texas could up their pay and go to 4-day districts more. I don't see that really happening. So our recruitment is still very powerful, the houses are, as a recruitment and our pay.
Is there a way that we could ever get, a list of the properties we currently have?
We've asked.
Already, I have that.
If we have.
When did you ask that?
It's
Oh,
always,
okay.
how many do we have? Every time it's like, how many, I don't know, 13, 16, 18?
13 to 19.
And it's like, and then honestly, you might have sent it, you probably did once or 2 or 3 times, and it's like,
Yeah, but
okay,
we could just give that. with-
skill list
we
goes
can-
right out the
Can we
gate.
make that an automatic addition to our board, so when or to our board packet?
And like, who's in on?
Right, yeah,
As-
and the
as,
rent and the address.
And how long they've been there, what they're paying.
Yes.
Just because
Right.
every time I revisit this conversation, it's like, do we really need more?
Well, and what I'm wondering is, so even if we need the space, okay, what is our current status on homes that are being lived in by our current staff?
Right. And how
And for
long?
how long, right? Because I know we do have something in place.
So there
That
is.
does create a little bit of a problem.
Increments.
There is
Right.
one person's up to 700 a month. So that would mean she's been in there 5 years.
Okay.
So it's 3 years at 500,
Right.
and then it goes up 100 a month each year that they're in there additional.
But you're gonna
Maxing
tell
out
me this
at 80.
tonight, and I'm gonna walk out of here and not,
Yeah.
not
So-
even be able
I
to repeat it.
thought it was more aggressive than
And we did revisit it, and we did have a conversation to be a little more aggressive, so we might need to check that, because we did.
that. I thought we
Encourage them
were-
to get out.
Right, but there's the other side to that too, because.
If there's
at this
nothing
point,
there.
Too many, yeah.
Where do we encourage them to go?
We understand.
Yeah, so, but that would be really nice,
Even if they're
because,
apartments or something.
right, if we had something to look at to say, this is how many houses we have, this is the tenure
I have
of
it.
our residents.
Just
Can we take a
talk
break?
amongst yourselves.
Can we take a quick break?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be go first.
Let
Or I'll knock you down.
has all that.
Oh, she does.
He does. And how many,
I just
how long
think
they've
it's
been there.
huge.
Yeah.
Because
Every time it
right
comes
now,
up, I'm like,
Yeah.
See, right now,
how many?
right now, there's one new teacher who wouldn't have a house,
right,
but he's driving back, or from Seminole?
from Seminole.
From Seminole. So, if he wanted to live here, John, he couldn't, yeah.
And
And that's the thing, like, back in the day, most of our educators were from JAL.
For sure, raised up,
And
yeah.
it's just not that popular of an occupation
Right.
to go into anymore. Right. And so you're having to look to bring people in.
I mean, it seems,
I totally
seems-
get it.
yeah, it
though.
seems very-
We have spent a ton of
it seems like every
money.
other meeting, we're buying another house, or building a house or something, and I can't keep it straight in my head. When I try to,
I will say, and I don't, from my understanding, the rent that is encumbered, that is maintaining the properties.
We hope so, I mean, we
Yes.
haven't really
Yeah.
seen that.
Yeah,
As far as us board members,
Yeah.
we've been told that,
right,
but as far as seeing it in black and white, and being able to look back at it and
Sure.
prove it to anybody else that asks us about it
Absolutely.
later,
Yeah,
I can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree with you, I agree with Laura, but that's good to know though, that at least we're not buying the property.
And we do get that from Nicole,
Right,
yeah,
Right.
for sure, it's in there. but-
yeah, just not pointing out. Right.
And I always worry about being the only entity
Buying and building.
buying and building. You know, because although we have a very holistic approach, I mean, we think we're just trying to do for the betterment of the people in jail and the teachers and the students and everything. That's not how it's reflected on.
But honestly, on the flip side, if we're not doing it and nobody else is, then why are we not?
Right, that's
So-
a complete, and I have that
I mean, if we
discussion.
have the means, and other people have the means as well. Other entities have the means to do
Yeah,
the
but
very
who
same
does
thing.
anything in this town but us?
Right.
Well, that's what we were just
Can't
saying,
hold it
that's what we were just saying.
Yeah.
We don't want to be the only one.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to be.
Yeah.
It just, that's the one piece to it, that it just comes out, although, like I was just saying, we have a very good-hearted reason why we do it.
Right.
But other people look at it like, well, we can't compete with the school district.
Yeah.
We're trying to buy houses or
And/or build or move in or whatever.
The school district just buys up everything as it comes up.
You know, there are so many broken down houses and stuff here. And some people just don't wanna let go.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
that,
Mr.
that's
TCC,
over
okay.
the old implementary that they're putting in a new, looks like new foundation and stuff, is that gonna be school district now? Oh, okay, that's from the city?
I'm
Well,
not sure.
I decided I
Okay.
didn't like it, so I found it out.
There you go, so you gave it to me, that's it.
Yeah, well, I know it's over by,
Yeah.
all that just around the corner, so
Yeah, I just know it's not us, I don't know which entity it is.
I imagine it's, well, it could be Holbrook too, right?
What are they over there?
It looks like modular homes.
I just
Look
like
it's
it
gonna be very
small.
big at all.
Hey, where is Treon? Which house?
Right beside Simmons, so
What
20,
do they do, that's some 36?
36A,
Did you say Trigon?
736A,
What is Trigon?
That's her name. 36A.
736A.
Oh, 730. I
Bird.
was gonna say 735.
1035 and
Yeah,
Hold on, let me look at her text and I'll tell you exactly.
well, because it has Wilman up there. Letitia has Wilman.
there's new ones.
Is it on Burke or is it on Fifth?
It's just says 735 Fifth.
So that
I think you
is
Oh,
what
the new
we're
ones are
doing.
right here, never mind.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's gonna be, the new ones are on Burke Street.
Who's in the fourth one?
Which direction are you going?
So there's Treon on, she just says new contracts, 1, 2, 3, 4. She doesn't have,
Okay, so if we're going north to south,
so Giles,
Giles is north,
so she is A
she'll be A, so
6.
730. Hold on,
726.
Who's on first?
what is the Solis's? It'll be the same as that, it's
725 South Fifth duplex.
so it'll be 725A is going to be Giles.
You mean, yeah, 7,
30.
no, because that's Victor, 725A.
Right, but on Burke Street,
On Burke, okay.
on Burke Street, not Fifth Street, on Burke Street.
Where's Burke Street?
It's the one that was developed in that area, it's just a little area.
And
Yeah.
Simmons is the one by the softball.
Yeah, so we got 725A is gonna be Giles, 725B is going to be on Burke, is going to be Brown.
Yes, that's the one that I don't have.
736A Burke Street is Treon. And 736B Burke is Daddy Simmons. Don't put that in paper. Gary Simmons.
I'm gonna call him that next time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'll call his son Baby Simmons.
Yes. Keep it straight.
And so what I did, let me make a copy of this for you. What I did is I circled the number of years that they've been in them, so you'll know what year they're in.
Who's in them and how long?
Who's in them and how long they've been in them.
And what you're paying?
Well, it's 500 for the first 3 years. So I'll share.
And
Is that her first or her last name?
no, that's her first name.
Okay.
Treon,
600 Giles.
Treon Manal. The what?
It's like very
No, no.
French sounding.
Like the Like a straight up.
No, well, but different, MINALL.
We keep revisiting that
So,
every time,
okay,
like,
so
I'm
we're-
ready to have it to hear every stinking time.
Okay, I have that
And
too.
what she goes
You know,
in
where
on,
how much they're paying, how many years and stuff.
and then what did we invest versus what are we taking in?
She's
I
from-
just feel like
I always had an idea that we were doing
Yes.
well with
My friend Krista Williamson,
our return.
that was her
and
teacher
that-
bestie.
That we are.
She
we're
just
not,
told me about her.
See, I'm
yeah,
not
maintaining
there.
itself.
I don't know if I'm not there yet.
Yeah,
Not-
right,
Not
of
for
course, right.
$300,000.
Oh, well, that's,
I'm
it's
not
got,
there
it's gotten high lately. I mean, the last year and a half, the values, or the cost.
So Burke went to the right, the new ones are in the right margin, the brand new. And, what I did is I circled what year they're in, so if you wanna ride on yours, 3 years is 500 a month.
Yeah, okay.
And then 100 a month every year after that, and it maxes out at 800.
Thank you for this.
So you get up to 800 and that's where it stops.
Every year
Every year,
after
it's another,
three,
after
it's
three, it's
$100.
$100 more dollars a month. Goes up.
And then the max.
And it maxes out
At 800, the max.
max at 800.
I'm pretty sure we talked about going more aggressive than that, but maybe we just.
You may have talked about that.
Yeah, maybe, we didn't actually.
We did.
I'm pretty sure we did.
So what I'm gonna do is put that on our agenda is the actual housing policy, so y'all can start, thinking about what you might want to do. If you want to.
So right now we have, so hold on, what we have? Is there 2 people in some houses?
No, they're moving from one to the other.
So like 1017 East Maryland.
Yeah,
Oh, those are
it's
the-
Giles now.
No, it's Linham.
Lindeman moved
Lindeman.
into where Giles is on East Merriman. Giles then moved to one of the new ones over there in the right margin. See where Giles is mentioned again in the right margin?
Because the Linmans have a whole bunch of kids.
Yeah, and that's a 5-bedroom, so I moved her into a smaller.
Well, that's the reason.
That first.
A whole bunch of kids.
A whole bunch of-
I'm so excited.
That's a relative term.
You hadn't even multiplied until you get to 4, Carolina. Yeah.
And also, so Giles then is not in Maryland.
No, she went to one of the duplex over on the right.
Yeah, so
She's not there anymore. So it is about. And it has general over here, so you can mark them
Is
out.
Mendez.
Yes.
Now, who was Mendez?
Coach Mendez is coming in, from White Base.
Oh, that's the one.
He's one of the new ones.
Okay, so who was this
No.
Linham?
Lindman is a new one that went into Maryland.
Lindman or Lindman?
Lindman.
Who is this person?
Lindman. He's from White Base as well.
LINHAM.
What is he doing?
He's gonna be teaching and coaching. He's
Linman.
social skills.
MAS.
He's taking over for Simmons in the junior high.
With
high school.
Williams.
Did Mr. Snyder
Takes over from-
Big Williams is not coming
No,
back.
no, no, Ed did.
He can't manage his own numbers.
So, Baby
It
Simmons.
looks like HAM is why I kept saying.
Baby
Linham.
Simmons is moving in like Williams was. So, yeah, it's his first year.
So Mendez, Lina, Mendez, who's S. Cortez?
Steve Cortez, the officer. His doesn't ever expire, according to our contract with the city.
Yes, all right, MOU.
Gotcha, okay, I forgot.
that's good.
Mr. Simmons
And neither does Flores.
and Flores, right?
It doesn't expire.
Mr. Simmons.
So Daddy Simmons is staying on 7.
And Baby
Mr.
Simmons.
Baby Simmons is staying on 7.
No,
No, Baby is
No.
going to the new one.
Yeah,
either, that's true.
neither one of them is that.
Are you serious? Oh,
Simmons is
Oh, no,
going to
Baby
this
Simmons.
is why we can't.
Daddy Simmons is going to.
I always ask you that.
I'm going to visit next month too.
Y'all have a lot of time left there.
So
I always ask you that. Who is
who's
this
on,
one?
who's on 7th Street?
Who's on 7?
Who's on first? I don't know.
Mr. Simmons.
That was Mr. Simmons.
So where's she going?
Now, there's a new one moving, he's going over to the duplexes.
You know, I liked his family. Who are we gonna be stuck with now?
I see, I love the trio. No, who's going, is it Min?
Cause that's a 3-bedroom.
No.
See what I'm saying, this isn't even changed.
What's
It
that other
changes all
coach?
the time, I don't even know how.
Who's that other coach, that man that's coming from,
That's me.
That's his, Lopez is going.
Lopez, that one.
Lopez is.
Lopez is going there.
Back to 7?
Yes.
Lopez isn't even on our thing.
Wait a minute,
We'll put
wait a
Lopez
minute,
on
Michelle
set.
Lopez?
No,
No,
new
coach, a new coach.
Mystery.
They just threw out the last name.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Yours pretty comments, month, and you know where they live.
Yeah.
They do have name tags and addresses.
And where they are, and what
How
year.
much they pay, yeah, and how much they pay, how long they've been there, yes, correct, great idea.
So Mr. Simmons is not on 7. That's gonna be Lopez.
Plastics.
He did the Tesco.
Right, Lopez. And then,
But Simmons is still in year 2, so it's really
Does
irrelevant where he
Lopez
is.
have children?
No, it's not relevant for you.
Why?
on easy
Just
street.
trying to put it all together in this.
Mr. Flores, Officer Flores is on easy.
This
South
big brain up
Second.
here.
Listen, we're gonna have an updated version of this by our next meeting, right?
You know what?
Well, it'll be changed, I'm just telling you.
If it would make this easier, I can have an updated version emailed to you by the end of the week if you would like.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, with the, yeah, I kind of spreadsheet.
Could we just include that in our lab packet normally, just as our things go along?
And then could you also take a picture of the person and a picture of their
I don't care about any of
Put
that
it in
stuff.
there.
I don't care about
So I know you do.
And then the name tag is right here.
How many kids you got?
But-
Are you in their number?
Are you this group of
And
somebody?
do we have their number?
This group of somebody, all right? And there's the base of Lisa.
But at least right now, you will see kind of the amount of assets.
That's what you need to see.
That's it, everybody's going on the first name basis.
So we have 13 properties.
Well,
Because,
the ones on the right is.
well, no, because this says 725A for Giles,
Yes.
and this one down here says
Burke.
725A.
Okay, one is Fifth Street, and one is Burke Street, but they're the same addresses.
Well, that sounds.
Same numbers,
Well, they're
but
just
different
mirror
streets.
Yes.
So Burke Street is right there, I put it at the top.
Oh, Burke,
Yeah.
okay.
And then
Gotcha.
Fifth Street are the other duplexes.
Right. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
So
there's
Burke
7.
Street is east and west? Right?
They're both.
Which ones?
They're
No, they're
both
both
north and south.
North-south.
Burke and Fifth Street both run together, they're parallel. They're-
I gotta go do a drive.
Yeah, they'll do it right.
Right, I didn't make that field trip.
But they're so new, that's why I don't have a definitive number even of houses. I mean, everything has shifted, so.
We just need to, I think we just need to be updated
I
on
do
this
now.
because it's a lot of money and it's a lot
Right.
of, responsibility, maintenance, a lot of draw for your
It's a lot of
teachers.
work, yeah.
It's a whole lot of,
It's a lot of work keeping
big
track of
piece
all
of the
these.
puzzle.
Well, we're really getting close. I mean, basically, for all intents and purposes, we will get into basically 20 properties here.
We're 17 now.
Right. I mean, that's a lot for us to own. I mean, I remember when we were talking, when we first got into this, Eunice had like 7. And we were like, oh my gosh, you have 7.
And it's like, oh my God.
You know, I mean, where are we at compared to other districts?
They're
Not that that
expanding,
completely
they're
matters,
expanding
but
pretty rapidly, but I mean, they have.
not that.
That's why that's why I had Eunice on his quote, because they're using it. So I didn't honestly think they're expanding theirs faster than we are.
So getting back to this then, we're looking at buying 2 houses.
are we looking at buying two? Or are we just entertaining the,
Oh, well,
Idea.
I think just entertaining the idea. It's, yeah, we haven't gotten much further than
It's
just.
not always the agenda as an item.
Right, yeah. But the thought is to even consider any further, would we go with Second Street? Or would we go with, depending on where the rest of our district housing is, where the infrastructure is already there, rather than like you said, out at the baseball field,
It's,
$300,000
And
just
time.
infrastructure.
is.
what would it cost us to buy the property at either place?
At this, from where we are over there, at the, like, where we were over there?
Yeah, because
Oh,
we had a one-time opportunity
Right,
to buy,
They may have some of it spoken for them.
that's what.
And yeah, they might.
But
If
now-
we're even going that
So,
far into the
right,
conversation,
the Woolworth has 20,000 a lot in all of those, even that over there.
which Second Street and down there.
And yeah, those two.
So the ones over, what are we talking about, the ones in general?
There's that, you know where the tennis court is? The old tennis court?
So there's the middle lot, yeah, it's like a park
Yeah,
area.
it's right there behind
On the other side of the piece of it. How big is, how many lots are over there?
4, but there's like, there's like 4 quadrants that separate. I mean, there's a picture,
And we
but I
own
can't
that,
picture.
is what you're saying.
No,
we do
we don't own any of it.
We don't own
We would have to acquire property to build houses.
Don't we own the property down by the baseball field, you just said?
Yes.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
Is we got to.
Yeah, no, I get that, but when you said we don't own any property, I'm like, I think we do.
Yeah, we have a baseball property,
Yeah.
sure.
but it's just not right.
When you're leasing land houses.
Oh, yeah, oh, that little lot right there, when I wanted the house over there. That's kind of industrial. Would be easy to go get your discharge if it's runny or clear. You could run over and pull a bridge. They'd be like, no. Yeah, but anyway, so this is why I want to open up the can of worms on it, because we have to decide as a district, how do we move forward? Because if we do, we need a plan to move forward with it, because we're looking at a couple of years before anything would even be somewhere.
Sure.
Let's just say safely, the way everything takes so long, it'd be about 2 years to have any more housing on the ground than what we already have.
So
We're running about 120 employees.
right here, these homes, they're telling us 8 years for availability.
Well, I'm just estimating. I mean, it'd probably be closer to what is over there, like a year. What's it, about a year?
He said he's estimating.
A year is if you approve it today. Right. That's what I'm saying. Let's look at the process. It's gonna be a year and a half.
Oh, I'm not.
It's gonna be a year and a half before, because we were busting I was busting my tail trying to get these done and rented and people in them this last summer. Didn't even know if we were gonna get people in them.
Yeah, and there's still.
No idea. So I was waiting on 7 positions were at stake that we couldn't have filled if we didn't have those. That's how important it ended up being. That's why it was a wake-up call to me going, we're trying to get ahead. Which still we won't.
Okay, so I was, out of the 17 properties.
Yeah.
We currently have, they are all completely filled.
They're filled, yeah.
And we should really just call it 15, because 2 of them are officers, and those are completely different. I mean, yes, we own 17 houses.
But only 15 of us.
Staff houses.
How many employees do we have?
120.
120.
About 120, if you put a percentage.
Right now, we're 15%, right? 12%.
And that's supposing that that's how many people we're gonna be recruiting. But with people going into the profession from jail, I see almost none. I see almost nobody.
So your point in saying that is,
We're in more houses.
we need more
Yeah.
houses for outside
If-
people to come in, because people from jail are leaving,
Yes.
Well, and if you look at,
or not staying at least.
if you look at the teachers that are
You know what, Jim?
getting close to retirement, that are getting close to retirement age, those are people not in district houses.
So I'm looking out ahead.
We have some, we have some.
Well,
Simmons being one of them, and his wife.
Yeah, there would be some, but I'm talking about people that are jail people.
Yeah.
You know,
Traditional type, that have been here.
They already have their own.
They're wanting to go into teaching and stay here, they have their own houses.
Yeah.
and so when those people retire, you're gonna have a need. I mean, like some of our people that we have brought in within the last few years that are very experienced.
Yeah, and
You know,
or retired prior.
Right, they're gonna retire, you're hopefully gonna be able to replace them, and you have that housing available to them because that person just left.
Yeah.
So those kind of cancel each other out on that case. But if you have one of our, let's just, like our sped director is getting up there and
She
getting years.
has her own house.
Yes, yeah. So that would be one. I'm not saying anybody is close to retirement, but junior high.
I'm calling July.
Junior high.
There are some, I know what you're talking about, I'm not gonna.
English
Yeah.
teacher, yeah.
She's close.
Yeah, English teacher with a science
Oh,
teacher.
Yeah,
Council close.
Mr. B, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just saying there's just countless positions that there's not people here interested. not they used to, because teaching now is a calling because not everybody wants to do it anymore.
No, there's
And
so
so
much
you have to recruit,
crap.
and all the locals
But
know
you're
what
also
they're,
raising
they're
them
all
up.
field too.
You're also raising some up from back
We
here.
don't, there are some.
They're
Well,
a few.
It wasn't too long ago, because I was principal when we didn't have a math teacher.
Mhm.
And we had to recruit, you know, and there's just no way.
And that was very, very, very stressful.
And if the housing market was robust enough here, we wouldn't even have the conversation because there'd be a row of apartments going up right now. But new teacher job, there's gold
So-
you know.
Here's how I see it. While we have the means to get a couple more houses if we need them, I take comfort in what you said earlier. If it comes to a point where we don't need them, we can lease them. It's not like we're just gonna be sitting with empty houses with some
No,
money
there'll
on
be a
it.
demand for housing.
So I feel like it would be okay. I would rather have that safety net and have it when we need it. If we decide we don't need it for our staff, then let somebody else from the community lease that out where we're still making money, we're not losing anything, and it wasn't all for nothing.
Because the money there to build them with won't always be there, but the
That's what I'm
demand for
saying.
teachers for our
Why
kids.
don't we
will.
have it?
You know, say we could lose half our population and still need housing for teachers.
Sure.
I mean, if you also have you'd probably have to lay off a few teachers, but what I mean is you'd still need eventually housing for teachers, because if we had 65 people and nobody's going into teaching, at some point you're gonna need at least half that in houses. You know, because I was talking about this little community between Andrews and Big Springs at Tarzan.
Mm-hmm.
It's this little school down in the middle of nowhere, yeah, where these people live,
Right.
and they have rows of teacher houses, more than we do. Like,
Oh, really?
like this whole neighborhood of just teacher houses that match the brick. When you look at it,
Wow.
you're like, those are nice houses. Then you start thinking, wait a minute, those are all teacher houses. They literally recruit every
Yeah.
teacher into that. We could literally be
Or
that
they
way.
raise them up.
Yeah, which we're doing that too, but it's not near enough. I mean, you're not raising enough, you know. And some are very specialty areas that you may want to, you know, recruit.
Sure, there are those needs for sure.
I know it's scary, but I would anticipate in the future, 20 years from now, 50% needed. That would be 60 houses. I can't even imagine that, but,
I don't know.
you know.
What I need to see is when we're looking at $300,000,
That seems pretty high.
when we're charging $500 a month, the math just doesn't work for me.
I think that.
It's not math.
But it does on
Times-
recruitment, that's where you're getting your payback, not in money.
I mean, assuming we can continue to foot the bill and pay the bill and
Right,
keep it running, but it's not mathing just right yet. I know it's making sense from a teacher perspective and a hiring perspective. I know that's mathing, but that's on the district's dime,
right.
And it's benign money too, because that money
still on the district.
is money that we would have anyway to spend. Yeah, what I'm saying is there's gonna be a point too that we're finished with all of our construction, and if it's the way it is now, let's just assume
Yeah, let's hope.
it's 2 million a month coming in,
Let's
that
hope.
you have to do something with. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not my money, but it wouldn't make sense if it was my money. It would absolutely make 0 sense to buy a house for 300,000 and rent it
Oh,
for
for
500. That's
Yeah,
dumb.
right.
If I had the money to do it, I'd lose it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're in a weird position, and that's why I realize all that, you know, but I don't know what else to do. You know, it's kind of like feeding the monster. What do you do? Do you hope the housing market catches up and then start turning away? You can't find teachers for it? I mean, there's no, to find good teachers, we have to keep up what we're doing, because we're finding good teachers. You know, we have to keep the machine rolling. And if you don't, then within a year or two, it'll come to a halt, because you won't have the housing to recruit people.
And we're,
It depends on it, you know.
we kind of have to look at what our vision is really. Because if we're considering growing and developing, which you can definitely outgrow your necessity, I mean, you know, we don't wanna do that. But if we're thinking there's still areas in which, I'm not even talking about turnover or attrition, losing people and coming I'm just growing programs where additional staff would be needed. I mean, living here in jail, what else do you do? You know, I kind of related to like the oil and gas industry. They have to build man camps. Because if they don't, they can't put their people where they need them. So they build these man camps, you know, which I guess is, you know, we think not the best use of money, but if you're gonna try to make money where you are or provide a service where you are, you have to do it. And I don't know how far, what that looks like into, I mean,
Well, even the granddaddy of Jalo, Nassau Natural Gas did it. They had to do it back in the
Yeah.
20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s,
yeah,
70s,
so-
80s. They did it for 50, 60 years, built whole neighborhoods and others. I don't know what the things are. It'd be great if the housing market privately would just take care of it.
Well, I just don't know, and honestly, what I'm trying to just think about, I'm just thinking of what it is. And Jow is not developing, right?
No.
So we know that the city
And
is
Hobbs
not.
is 30 minutes that way.
Right.
Yes.
Right, and there's 45 minutes out of it, right? I mean, you know, so all of those things, and we know the city is not trying to develop the community. They're just not. I mean, we've all been here.
Something's happening long term.
Well, I mean, we've all been here a long time, and we just haven't seen any, not even a step forward in that direction.
Yes.
So we can't rely on them. And that's really who we should be relying on, is the city to develop its ability to attract people. to town.
Taxing incentives, something.
Right, or having communication with the current owners of all these properties who are just left abandoned and incentivizing them to build, to do something, you know, but do that.
So that's just where we are. And
Right, so I don't know what the options are, I don't know how else how we can look to develop and move forward with the district, bringing in additional programs and resources when there's no place for the neighborhood. And it puts us over the boat.
I mean, it shouldn't be on us to build all these houses.
Right.
It shouldn't.
Well, and it
But
does, and it also, even, it kind of like we were saying, I think you had stepped out, you know, I hear regularly, I think it's just because.
The Jasper, the schools buying all the houses.
Yeah. You know, that it puts us in a bad light, because it makes people think, well, yeah, of course, no one can buy a house, because we can't compete with jail schools. Right?
And we haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, but that's just.
But the clinic is still.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And they like what they do.
I guess they.
They don't have near what we have. Don't even,
Yeah,
we'll just make
yeah.
stuff up. Yeah, don't
How
even,
do they?
don't even.
Yeah, we're nowhere, no.
We're sucking them all
So, I mean,
So
that
it's a
is
legit complaint from the public that you hear.
right, yeah, that
And-
people just, and again, it's just perception.
Yeah.
Just like us building, I was one today, about us building all this stuff and requiring people to buy Kleenex. Students to buy Kleenex, and then, you know, well, they can afford to build buildings, no, that's not the case, we're doing things, but that is the perception.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You don't want to ask Mr. Al a question?
Yes.
No.
You just press on.
I was just curious what, I know there's, I guess what you're saying is that people are criticizing and saying that they can't compete with the district with building houses. I mean, why would the district, because of.
Not building, buying.
Oh, buying.
When it comes,
Well, but we're not buying at the highest amount, are we? We're not like making the
Yes.
market go.
Well, I
higher.
guess technically we are,
Yes.
yeah,
sir, we
yeah,
are.
technically we are, yeah,
Okay.
technically we are building in,
We're overpaying,
yeah,
Oh, I didn't
outpricing,
realize that.
yeah,
overpaying
right.
anybody else that
But
comes to the table.
we're not buying neighborhood houses anymore. So.
Right, well,
Thank
yeah, we
goodness,
have
but that was the game,
that
and that's what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're saying
And
that
we have a
there's
reputation for that.
right.
like a bunch of people bidding and we always come out on top?
Correct.
Well, either that, I know nothing about the amount of people that are bidding.
If we do buy.
I just know that they, in the past, I mean, everything out there moves so fast. So something will go to market, and then usually you have 2 or 3 people, and I'm assuming the district was one of them at the time, and sometimes even the hospital district, only 2 I can speak for, or kind of for, They were definitely competing for them. And I don't know if anybody else in the community, but I'm sure other people will try and compete as well. You know, the perception is, of course, that we're tons and tons of money, which we do, thankfully, and that they just couldn't compete with us.
Paying more than what they could buy it for.
Right.
Which isn't right. That's why we started doing the duplexes.
Yeah,
And the
but-
houses on second.
But the duplexes, at least you're filling a void of, you know, it helps the schools
Yeah.
and it helps the
Yeah.
town arguably to look better.
So that's where development then comes into $300,000 houses.
Right.
We can't go buy one for 80,000 that we're actually paying more than it appraised for, which makes no sense.
But no, we bought them for 2+.
200?
Yes.
That's not one we've ever paid 200.
Which ones?
It's 160, 175 the most we've ever.
160,
The,
170?
That 175 is,
No,
no, I'm talking about what we pay for houses. We,
Building versus buying.
Oh, I see.
so about 175 is the most we paid for an existing structure house. Is the most we've ever. We've never won something.
14 up, like, Hillcrest area. No?
Which one?
We have that little 2-bedroom there, but it wasn't near that. It's just a 2-bedroom. The one we have in Hillcrest. There's only one, 818 Hillcrest. And it was around, it was under 100. Yeah, Philadelphia Cortez is. And it was under 100.
Oh, yeah, that was.
It really was just a little 2-bedroom
houses. Housing.
But that's what I'm saying, it's a lot more to develop.
We bumped 200, I guarantee you, for 70, 80-year-old homes.
Well, I mean, you know, there was that one just recently sold for 340, 341. Which Hillcrest, right?
No.
Really? So they're going up since we.
Oh, okay.
It went for that much.
Like in less than a week.
It's one of the nicest ones from the outside.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still.
Oh, is it Jenny's house?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Oh, okay.
That's
So you're
crazy,
saying
that much money for a house.
340 or 345.
Now, and I bet it wasn't just a Mac.
Yeah, it turns, I mean, it turns less than a week.
Well, that's good for the private
Less than a week.
values and we don't have anything to do with it. So that's good. I mean, that's good. Yeah.
So it's just crazy the
Yeah.
cost of the homes.
Yes. So Eunice has 23 structures now.
Eunice does.
2 of them are duplexes.
Wow, okay, wow,
25.
wow. That's really great, they bought a lot too.
What does their pay structure look like?
Not as
Compared
much
to
as
that.
ours.
Well,
Oh, their rent
Pay
structure
and
is
rent,
same
yeah.
as ours because they used our contract. They asked for our contract. So their rent's about the same thing.
So the district need,
Let me go.
sounds like, what do you even think about that, you know, moving forward or even considering building additional space, homes?
I think the last time this came up, there were a couple of board members not here. You were one of them. We agreed to just,
I saw, I'll read that in the minutes.
we just took it off the table until everybody's here, because it's a lot of money.
Right.
It's big decisions, it's long-term investment,
I'm good with that.
and
I mean,
we
I think
kind of
it's.
needed everybody here.
Yeah, I agree.
I
Even though I
definitely-
feel like I know what the other two will say,
Right.
I just think it's
But
fair
you're
to,
Have,
even though we're looking at a year, I
right,
still
I'm trying
want
to
to
think
jump
hard.
into it.
What would it look like our calendar year right now? So let's just say we started between, we said yes, let's just say in September, if that was where we decided to go.
First year, 400, second year, it's less than 500, third year, 600, fourth year, 700, fifth year, 800, 6 plus maximum 900.
Oh, we're talking.
So it's similar. No, sorry, I just wanted to.
You can send that to us if you want to screenshot that, you can just compare.
So September, if we can get a 10-month term, that'd be tough. That'd be tough, 10 months. That'd be tough.
What were you saying?
Well, I'm just looking into.
It's talking about the turnaround, like how,
If you pulled the trigger.
yeah, how far could you push it and they still be
Effective
ready
for next school
for
year.
next school year?
oh, for this next school year,
It'd be tough, right?
possible right now.
So what?
It could take several months just to even get it, you know.
Right.
Ordered.
So we're not, I guess my whole point is, I mean, that doesn't make us any time constraint if we're not trying to look for.
Right.
26, 27, or, 26, 27. I mean, okay, that's good. That's, I'm just worried about if we were trying to do this, have these on the books for for staffing for 26, 27, I was thinking how,
Yeah.
what's that gonna look like, cause we're 12 months right now. From today, so, but if we're not worried about that, it's not even, then we can put it,
Now,
kick it to the.
I think we need probably 1 or 2 by the start of next school year, because I don't know what positions will become.
Well, how would that look if they can't build them that fast?
I'm just saying, if you're talking about what we need, or to feel like there's a cushion of some kind, we would need 1 or 2 starting. next school
We're gonna have to
year.
start having the single ones get rid of like B roommates.
Yeah.
You get one bed, I get the other.
Let's talk about that for a second, and I'm just, because I'm not saying we have to do that.
But we do have a lot of singles. Or should I say a lot.
When these folks that are in these, most of these homes are at least 3 bedroom, 1 bath, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, right?
Couple of them are 2.
Well, I know the one over, like, 2, but the opposite.
The one on, and the one on 7th Street is
Or 2 bedroom.
2 bedroom.
Usually try to get 3 bedrooms.
Mr. Lopez's?
Yes, that's a 2 bedroom.
3 bedrooms or more versatile.
Right.
So he said they're supposed to be out after 5 years and they can't hold them to that.
Right, and well,
And I'm just-
we were there too.
It's close to, and they have more housing than we do. This does.
Well, if there's no point in, if HomeSpot cannot, even if we approved it tonight, or,
Probably 2 or 3 months before they can go order it by that stage.
so for next school year, this isn't even an option, is what you're saying?
It, maybe not in August, but it could, I don't know. It's very hard to say, because I don't even know the positions, I don't even know. So we'll get to a point where someone leaves, they're gonna leave the house.
Right.
That's easy.
Right.
But we'll get to that point, it's just if we lose locals, it's the problem.
Right.
And so that's why I'm saying maybe 1 or 2 through just regular attrition.
Well,
you know.
yeah, and since we can't.
Without buying existing houses, that's what we're trying not to do that. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
So
I get it.
let's table these, if you guys are okay with that, quotes, and we can read this.
Yeah, okay, those are just reference, like,
No,
that would have to be
yeah, there's no-
there is no,
Right.
yeah, that's not even.
There's no action,
Right.
or none of that, but this is a topic we should absolutely discuss. Because if
Absolutely, that's
we're gonna
why.
be, we're gonna be way behind the 8 ball if it comes time, but we really, you're right, we should have more of the, hopefully the entire board here. That makes any sense, but
It does.
I just think that if we did go with this would make more sense, don't you think?
For sure, I think, yeah.
If that's what we, if that, I mean, in just this specific.
Water up and less area and
Right.
yard and.
Right.
You know what would be nice?
Dollars less for the same.
I know if you ever reduce them, what would be nice is to have more of an apartment type approach and sell those other houses that are separate. Sell the individual homes back to the.
Wait a minute,
You can't.
we've already talked about,
It's
it's
hard.
hard to sell, so.
But it's possible.
That's,
But if you're gonna do it, you might as well make it like 5 houses that you're selling, and then you're building apartments, is what I'm trying to say. Rather than, if we ever did that, like, get rid of houses, not buy more individual.
I think once you commit to something like that.
Yeah.
Buying these homes and houses, I mean, you have to commit for the long haul, you're spending $200,000 and all kinds of, you commit, you commit, you gotta think it through.
And houses are harder to upkeep, they're separate yards, separate.
Yeah.
More expensive to.
So let's just make that and, just a, I don't know what the term, how you would wanna list it, but, district teachers or something, discussion on our next, so we can actually have a complete discussion about the potential future need, what it's gonna look like.
I'll just leave it on there.
Yeah, well, these are specific Oh, yeah,
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 just-
never mind. I was thinking they were listed, but
No.
they weren't, right.
They were just something for you to look at.
And then we can reach out to, Randy and Mr. Smuggles as well and say, hey, it's really important, you guys can be here for this.
For this discussion.
Because I think that's gonna be.
I probably could have gone and picked up the name of it,
Okay, anything else on that piece? No. But baseball, baseball, outfield turf.
Cool building.
Big area.
Yeah, that's.
That's the whole entire field, right?
I mean, about half of it just filled, if not three quarters.
So I
Is it just the outfield?
Yeah, so I just wanted, if you would like to see a picture of what it is, I got an email today. And I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, and I can just pass this around to you guys. It's the area highlighted there.
Yeah, the other already curved, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
It's
it is pretty
That's
big.
not what I would have thought.
I mean, it's pretty good, so you can kind of see why it is
Yeah,
a million bucks.
Is that color graphics, all that stuff goes into it?
Yeah.
That's the all bells and whistles.
of course. What else?
Right?
Right, with stripes, with stripes.
Just painted, it's
8-year warranty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, like 80, even more.
right for that much money. Well, do we have another choice?
You can leave it with grass. I'm not a choice.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's our own.
That's your choice.
Good question though, man, that was a great thing.
And they're all around the same process of doing that before, trying to find different terms. They're all
What I
around.
really meant was like,
We have another.
do we have a, no, not another company, like, do we, like, this is something like we have to do? Or we leave it as grass?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the
Which
choice.
is fine by me, cause
It ain't me sliding in it.
Sandlot, they
I mean-
definitely have been played in the.
they need a Jet Rodriguez, like,
Have you seen Philip Lorenzo? That was beautiful.
hey, that goes to your housing thing.
If you build it, they will come.
That's how we get our teachers.
Everything, everything is at least $2 million.
Everything's so expensive.
I mean, if we have no other choice but to do this, I'd say do it.
I mean, and yeah, unless we just keep it grass and the stickers and all that stuff out there. And really, but
Our kids need to get toughened up
what,
with
a
it.
little bit, I agree with that. But on the other hand is, we really have invested in every single other,
Every other field is turf.
or academic or active, never mind.
Everything else.
Everything else. Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'll second.
1,085,32.13.
And y'all are meeting next month with the new coaches from phenomenal. I mean, we're getting good people. We're knocking out the park, no pun intended. But we are getting good people recruited because of the the situation they have when they come here from Texas. He's a principal in Texas, the high school principal will be making more as a teacher. That's why we're,
That's
and housing.
That's how we roll around
That's how
here.
we roll.
Hey, this one is in $1 million.
Yeah, no, anyways,
Interactive displays for new elementary, what, and what,
Okay, this is for the new elementary edition and the oil and gas class, those interactive displays we have everywhere else.
I'll make a motion.
catching up, I'll second.
there.
Yeah, getting all the new stuff.
This wasn't included in the original.
No, so we kept it out on purpose because we're using tech. We didn't want to put in all the money of the plans of like SB9 and stuff like that.
So all our access control cameras, all of that has been kept out because
I remember that.
of the
Actually,
Even furnishings are part of it.
Yeah.
But we've got it now.
oh, yeah.
Should letter H be tabled until we have all of our members?
That's up to y'all.
I believe so. So let me at least do this.
Yeah.
I was gone for 2 months. I don't know was there any discussion?
Not much.
Just was brought up.
What?
How much we should contribute, if we should contribute.
When, in the last 2 months, just because I didn't know.
There
How much
has
your last
been
month?
developments on the clinic side, do you know what those are? So they pledged $4 million to it. And we're getting a total cost of 12 for this.
So far,
And they said they would pick in more if that needed. They what?
we'll wait for the
It's up to
second.
12, but they approved it while you were gone. No.
Is Jim gonna be here?
The final, all bells and whistles is a $12 million facility.
You know they're gonna come back with change orders.
Yeah, I'm kidding. That's before there's any quote
What do
actually
you have from
the
anybody
contract.
else?
That's just the architects.
No.
Oh.
What do you have pledged from anybody else?
No one else has
Maddox,
numbers yet.
City,
City, Matic, 0. City
they
has.
were going to, according to you, they were going to funnel it through the city?
They said they can't do that. They talked to their board.
Who says the Maddox?
The Maddox is not in it at all.
So it's just,
Oh, I honestly,
Hospital.
I missed 2 board meetings here and 2 board meetings there, so my next meeting that I'll be attending in Woolworth.
Yeah.
Is Wednesday.
And Rebecca called me and said they would put up to $4 million in it. Rebecca Jameson, she's our president of the board.
okay. I think that's great information to have, and that's
That
the
would be
first I've
nice.
heard about it, but
It's not an indoor facility.
And it just
I know, yeah,
Yeah, she just told me they just decided about a month or 2 ago.
I still think the board has not been presented, this board, that $12 million
I think.
proposal.
Well, not about 12.
No,
When I left, it was at like 4
Seven.
million or.
Six
Seven.
Total?
Yes.
Aye.
I-
What have we added? What has been added since then?
A lot.
Has RJ come around? Didn't he give us a?
He gave us like a rendering,
No,
but I don't remember numbers.
So that, we did that rendering.
Well, it's coming in about 12 on their picture.
April. What do we do? A lot of their discussion.
Yeah.
So I.
But now this is preliminary for our next meeting too, because RJ's coming back to each of the boards, this one included with the total cost and presentation.
That's where we start.
And that's why it's not here for it, it's not here for
Yeah,
decision.
yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll just move past that, and we will,
But it's looking at about 12, just so you guys know.
Hey.
just the rest.
Yes, they do, yeah. So that's why Woolworth, we need to talk about it more at Woolworth meeting, but it's not till.
Y'all do that Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna pack a lunch. All right, student meal allowance increase from $15 to $20 per student.
Is this just like a,
That's per meal.
just to let you know?
No, you have to prove that.
Oh, let's approve that.
Yeah. It's 15 now, I'm proposing 20. Just because it's.
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
You can cost us a.
It's fine, no, it's not your.
Come on,
It's not your-
those are man.
If you didn't know.
Let them get a drink with their meal, please.
Yeah. That didn't include it, I mean, the drink was separate.
Okay, and then I'll start.
So this is our PSA policy services advisory 265 to 269. First reading,
Second.
Second.
second reading, my
We
apologies.
weren't here.
But we just had development from the state of New Mexico. The new law goes into effect August 1.
Okay.
Meaning that we have to, you guys really need to jump from second read to approval. If you don't, we'll just be out of
I haven't
compliance
done
for
first reading.
Let me,
from the state law. That's up to you.
1 year.
is this that service alert we just got? No, this.
No, it's
Can
been
you
out
can you
for a couple
summarize
months.
Yeah.
Several months.
Real
Mr.
quick,
Loftus.
keep it short.
That's what he's got.
Keep it short?
Yep.
Okay, well, if you wanna follow along on page 6 of this is kind of your Cliff Notes version.
Yes.
He has it summarized already.
So I'm gonna keep it very short. 265, all it did was add a cross-reference to the existing policy, nothing more.
Perfect.
Okay? 266 specified how reading is to be taught to students, and it used language such as, let me go to my notes here, it used language such as science of reading, scientifically based reading instruction, and structured literacy. Basically, what we do already, because every teacher does, or they do the letters training, which is that, now they're just putting it into the policy, to an existing policy.
It's already happening.
Already
It's just
happening.
official now.
Already happening.
Okay.
Okay, easy, right?
Mhm.
Okay, I wanna skip 267
Okay.
for the time being, because that's gonna be the one we're gonna have to kind of discuss about. 268 says that we have to develop by next school year a cardiac emergency response plan.
Uh-huh.
Basically, which states you have to have AEDs, and we've got more than
What's required.
what's required, because you're only required to have one in the building. We have multiple in the building.
And they weren't required at all.
Right.
We've already required.
Yes.
But
But it-
have that in every building.
Yes, sir.
We've been proactive.
Some buildings
a lot
have
of
two.
things.
Yes,
Some buildings have multiple.
yes.
It's not required.
Yes, we have, I would say where a majority of our students are housed, there are like 3 to 4 in each of those buildings.
Is there one at this building?
Yes, right there by the copier.
I look at it every day just to make sure it works.
He's like,
But,
Who needs coffee?
Don't go by there someday.
but part of that is to develop a written plan on if there is a cardiac emergency, who is responding, how they are responding.
Which is smart.
Which I will tell you that every one of our staff, well, I wouldn't say every one of them, but almost 100% of our staff are CPR and AED certified. And we do that every year. And so it's not just gonna be a certain select few.
Sure.
Anybody on our staff can respond to a cardiac emergency. So you have to put that in writing, basically.
is that ever drilled upon, just out of curiosity? Do you guys ever have those medical emergency drills? I didn't know. No. I heard that's been in other school districts, not in New Mexico. Yeah, around the country.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, that they actually started implementing, basically cardiac arrest drills, in the event of a student collapse.
Hey, I can come in and be the actor, I can pull a Fred, what's his name?
Mhm.
My favorite show, growing up.
Fred Sampson?
Simpson?
Same.
I'm gonna fix it.
Oh.
It's a big one.
It's the big one.
Oh, yeah, they're.
So basically, that's what 268 says.
Okay.
We're pretty much in compliance already, they're just putting it into a policy. 269, this was kind of the weird one. We have to provide, like now, parents on information about water safety.
Like swimming water, not drinking water.
Yeah, and so they have provided, I looked today, they have provided a link to suggested things to send out with like your student handbooks that are included in there about water safety.
Is this for people who are having a swimming class?
I don't know where this is
We're not
coming
even sure
from.
where it came from.
I'm sure there was an accident, a drowning accident
I would
somewhere, and
suspect.
this is a result of that. That's just total
Okay.
And
speculation.
those policies are usually had by our attorney if we just ask them. They'll
Yeah.
give us, this is what we've already developed. In fact, our attorney the other day said, I had one when I was ready.
And then,
So,
yeah,
That's
and then basically with that, we also, the law states that you have to provide where they could access swimming lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So basically just a general information that
okay.
we have swimming lessons in the summer.
Not that you have to provide,
Right.
or you do have to
No, you
provide?
don't. You
Just
do
have
not.
to know we have information.
Yes, this is just information only.
yeah, and all these say is that so like if you look for the water safety, the superintendent or designee shall develop guidance for parents, guardians. So basically, y'all aren't getting into the weeds on it, we will, but this is just a policy saying we will adopt that. We will do that.
Okay.
So basically,
Who's Joe Sanchez? Doesn't know. He's the one who, is he with the bill?
Sounds
I
familiar.
can't picture who he is. I'm sorry, I had to look that up.
that's a good question.
He's a Democrat.
We gotta do this because of all that water we have around.
Yeah. So.
I mean-
It's such a water world. It hasn't rained.
I bet you somebody got swept away in like one of their Oreos or something up there and.
That's so silly.
He is a Democrat.
Of course, I mean, okay. Sorry, I know it's irrelevant, but I was like, who did that?
House Rural Land and Cultural Affairs, House Appropriations. He is a representative. So,
Alright, so what are we on?
I'm sorry, so real quick, what was the answer for that, for 269, you said a lawyer has something for it?
okay, so that, like the water safety, for instance, all that you guys approve, there is a policy, and then we'll develop we'll go back to the weeds.
And then bring it back to us for approval.
Well,
No, we don't even have to.
You don't have
Oh,
to.
okay.
It's just information that has to be sent out.
Oh,
You
Yes.
just have to approve this policy. It's
That we
not
can do this.
necessarily the information that we are providing about water safety.
Perfect.
You just approve basically that you're following the law saying that you are developing the policy through the school district.
But if we're calling it a policy, school district,
The policy,
board has to approve the policy.
This is not a policy. What it's
It is a
a
policy.
policy, that part is, but the information that goes out is not.
Okay, so.
We just
so
have to
we're gonna
provide
answer- so
some-
we are going to adopt policy number 269.
Yes.
Yes.
And then that just says you guys can put something together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Around.
that will follow this, what
That
you
will
said, that
follow-
will follow the guidelines of what y'all put forward.
Turn around,
Yes.
no.
Yeah, gotcha. Which all that all it says here is the superintendent will develop or designate by superintendent, will develop the water safety. That's all that you guys adopt. You're not required legally to do anything more. That's-
Yes.
Awesome.
You'll still see it, you're gonna get it sent out, we'll probably get a copy of it. Sorry.
Next, and then down to, or back up
To
to
267. Okay, this has to do with the state
So,
law cell phone ban. Okay, there are two alternatives. Okay, one is on page 13 and the other is on page 16. Alternative one is what they're calling it. Basically states it leaves it up to the building principal with superintendent approval on how they enforce this new policy.
law,
Yes.
Yes, it
okay,
leaves it up to the discretion of the building principal with superintendent approval on how they are going to do this.
okay,
The only difference in alternative two is it says within board policy that it bans the cell phones as a matter of board policy and allows the principals then if they need to make additional rules to enforce that. So basically it states in board policy, you cannot have your cell phone. Whereas alternative one is
Leading up to each principal.
at the discretion of the principals to make sure the law is being enforced. Not necessarily a matter of board policy, it's just following the law.
okay, so quick
Just
question on
basically
that. Stating that we're following the law.
Kind of like the water safety. I mean,
Yeah,
really, it really
Kind
is
of like that, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if we go with the one where it's up to the principal, is it by building?
Yes,
Yeah, because each.
yes, if it's not a district-wide thing,
okay.
it would be per building.
I guess it's not as big of a problem as an elementary as it is.
No, it's really, this is more of a secondary.
Yeah,
I'll put in my 2 cents. I think option one would create controversy. Personally, I don't know.
that's
Because-
the principal's design?
Yeah, because it's too subjective.
Sure.
That's my concern. some principals might be really strict, some will not be, and then you're gonna have parents arguing back and forth, and they're gonna say, well, this teacher even though the principal says no, well, this teacher doesn't care if we have them, and this teacher does, and there's no firm ground to stand on.
Yeah.
My
I see
opinion.
that.
Because that's, I mean, they're going to use that.
Mhm.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
In today's world, let's see it with cell phones. They're gonna take every caveat they can to try to figure out why they should or why they should be allowed to do it and which teachers, it's gonna create a blame game and, in my opinion.
So, to clarify, if the cell phone ban, does that mean they cannot bring them on school property? Does that mean they go
That does
straight
not
to
mean,
their
it just means
locker?
cannot be used during instructional time.
Yeah.
So can the kids have them in their pockets?
That would be up to the principals on how they would want to enforce that.
Okay.
That's option one,
Yeah,
right?
Well, that
Well,
could be either one.
That's okay.
The difference between option one, option two is whether this is it's written within our specific board policy that.
And it's a thorough policy.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
end-to-end policy.
Yeah, it would have to be pretty.
Well, it would be written as is, option two,
16?
yes, on page 16, it would be written as is unless you guys want to develop your own above and beyond.
I'm more specific.
Yes, which you have the right to do that.
And basically, this policy just says that, because I actually read it when they sent it out to the policy service advisory, because I knew this was a pretty big deal. The second alternative basically just says they can't have them for any use in a classroom except for exceptions that would be related to disability, hearing, speech to text, those types of things. So some sort of disability related outlier, students with disabilities, text to speech, speech to text, or other assistive technologies that aid in the disability or accessibility communication, those types of things. So unless there's a disability type component related to it, then they will not have access to their cell phones in class.
It's
like they
basically.
can't have them out, or they cannot have them at all?
Well, I think that's also a component if we wanted to add that in. So there are districts out there that require when a student walks into a classroom, they put their phone into
A clear bin.
something, right? That identifies it for them, it's their spot, we put it in there, they pick it up when they leave. So there are schools that do that. Which if you're, in my opinion, only if you're trying to alleviate argument, well, that's the way you would do it, because if you allow them to keep it on the person, well.
So on page two, on page two of this, which is on the very beginning of this whole packet, page two. Yeah, page two. About halfway down, see the paragraph that starts with alternative one. Other page two, not your other page two.
It's on the bottom, 2 of 22.
Yeah, oh, gosh, I didn't see that, I was looking for it,
Yeah, so
The stairs.
alternative one leaves it entirely up to each school principal with superintendent approval to make WCD as wireless communication devices rules applicable to their schools and authorizes rules up to and including a complete ban on phones during time students are under school supervision.
That would mean even on their persons.
It is anticipated that principals will not choose to exercise their authority that broadly, but they have the authority to, if desired or necessary, under this policy. Alternative two bans the use of phones during instructional hours as a matter of board policy, and also allows principals to make additional rules related to phones that apply during time students are under school supervision.
I still think if it's a law, it's a law. I mean, it's, you're not supposed,
Right,
It's like,
But
so it means.
But it's basically, this policy service is gonna say, the school is going to apply the law, but we're gonna leave it up to the Howley, right? Whereas this is alternative two, no, this is a matter of board policy, Child Public Schools policy that bans cell phones.
Well, actually, the state law bans it, so we know that. It's just on how, who wants to own it, right? In other words, in my opinion, all that's doing is giving an out to the school district to say, oh, we're not really, the state's making us do it, but we're gonna let the principals sort it out. I think it's passing the buck, my opinion. You know what I mean?
At first, I was on the other side.
Mhm.
At first reading and first glance, I was thinking, surely elementary, high school, junior high principals, they have their own problems and lack of problems with cell phones. Elementary,
Right.
for sure. It's a
I
different
don't know.
situation.
They do have their.
But it's different. It's
Right, it is
miles
different
apart.
than miles apart.
Miles apart. But, after that little bit of conversation, you're right. I mean, if
As,
we're covered, go with option two. We're covered, it's out,
As
it's
a-
clear, it's on the table,
It's
and
board policy.
it gives you-
It still
As a-
leaves it up to the
as
principal
a-
to enforce it.
building principal,
Yeah.
it's much easier to enforce when you have that backing, right? That it is written within board policy.
Right, yeah, and that's really what my point, what my view is they're the ones who are, this is going to be a daily impact, right?
For sure.
There's
For a
policies,
while.
right, there's policies we make all the time that
I
are
hope
gonna,
it's gonna be
that
short.
people are gonna enter, might enter into discussion once or twice a school year. This is gonna enter in daily, for, like you said, quite a while. So I feel, I feel horrible leaving and going, okay, you guys deal with it as you want.
willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Every staff member has to sign at the beginning of the year that they will follow board policy.
Yeah, so there's no cap, there's no
question.
questions, there's no gray area. And so basically, if we went with one, we would be really saying, okay, this is the state law, but have fun enforcing it. In my opinion, we're kind of passing the buck.
Mhm.
And where we make the rule, we're backed by the state, because the state said we had this. And so we're backed by the state, we're backed by the new law, but now we're also just taking that extra pressure off of the principals, off of the teachers, to try to come up with their own, reason or way to enforce. And if we come in, I think, if we say option two, and then we just say, at the beginning of every class, each student will place their, we can buy them pins or however that looks like. And we will just have them place them in there. So then at any time, if during the class, unless it falls into one of the exemptions of the PDA and such.
Right.
A student has it out, it's clear, cut, defined.
That will probably be written in an IEP.
Mhm.
that
Right,
they-
if it was ADA or something like
Yes.
that, absolutely, yes. So we're gonna be backed by the law there too, or supported or defended, I should say.
And it leaves that open in option two.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, because what's required, I mean, yeah, now, there is a piece to that that I don't really completely understand, and I don't, because it doesn't say it specifically, but like kids who are diabetics and stuff, monitor their sugars.
Yeah.
I would think that that could absolutely be directed
So-
under that component.
so that would
It just
be-
doesn't say that.
But that could be included, if they have a plan, like, what, a 504, like a medical 504 plan, that,
So there's another
Yes.
component that can be used, okay.
yes.
But outside of that, I feel I'd rather own it than have our teachers and principals try to own it, because it's not gonna be great.
Honestly, it would, it's not gonna be a very popular thing out there, and so if you guys could take that, so our administrators don't have to, they could be like, it's board policy, it's state law and board policy, we have to do,
And as
we
long
have
as,
to do that.
in my opinion now, I think we would all appreciate that if it was put out that way. Listen, this is state law,
Mhm.
and
If
now.
you started out with that, then there's gonna be less,
Or just,
Yeah.
that's right, this is state law,
used to,
and board policy now.
With exceptions.
With the
for this
exceptions
and
of
this and
the
this and this.
disabilities and
Read the
such,
rest of
medical components, then that's how it is.
I would add to that though, you have to have an IEP or a 504.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
Right.
your hand hurts
Yeah.
today, so you can't write your notes, so you have to use the voice recorder on your phone.
Right.
Because people will make up all kinds of reasons why they need it. Now, I'm totally comfortable with my kids, as a parent, with my kids taking their cell phones and putting it into a bin. They can get to it in between class, at lunch, on the way to and on the way home from school. I'm totally okay with that. What I would not be okay with is not letting them have the cell phone at all, at
Oh,
school.
right.
You know what I mean? And I don't think any parent should be mad that their kid can't be playing on their phone during class.
Right.
And I don't think any parent, and I know I've been super guilty, I think of something and I'll text right away.
Right.
Hey, what time right in the middle of class. And I'm like, that was probably not the best idea, but hopefully my kid won't even be looking, maybe their phone will be turned off, they won't even look. And so I know I'm guilty of that. But, going into this, like we say, this is a state law. This is what our board had to adopt so that we're in compliance with the state. Your kid's gonna be fine. They can see their cell phone in the bin.
Right.
Okay? They can go get it after class unless they had not dropped it in at first and they got caught with it. Now it goes to the office for the day.
And, that's the other piece to that is what is the,
What's the consequence?
right.
Which,
so-
that's already been in
already a problem.
the handbooks.
Right.
There's a policy in the handbooks.
But that policy won't reflect this new change, right? In other words, we have to make an amendment that reflects
What I think,
State
what I,
this rule, and that if they have it on there now, because now it's in my opinion, it would be escalated. Meaning that if the rule is you turn your cell phone in and put it in that bag, if it is on you in your backpack or wherever, it cannot be on your person, it has to go into that bag.
Yeah.
And I don't have my cell phone today.
Liar, grandson,
And then next thing you know, they're caught with it. But our current policy, I don't believe represents that component, because you know what I mean?
so you're saying the
Consequences, you would think would
are
be
not harsh enough?
Well, I don't know, because right now, what are they? Right now, the consequences for cell phone use.
Say you get caught with it in your class and your teacher takes it away, what do they then do with it?
Well, right now, do they even take it away at first, or do they just say you put it away?
The way it states,
Right.
or at least it was when I was, and I think it's the
don't
same,
think-
I think it's the same, is they're supposed to take it and turn it into the office.
Okay.
And then the student would get it back after, I think the first is an after-school detention.
I honestly can't remember.
It is, it's the same as it was.
Yeah.
So if
And then
they're
if
caught with it in class, then what happens?
They
They
turn it into the office.
the student turns it in.
And to get it back, they serve a detention and then they get it.
Oh,
So that's first offense.
okay, all right, okay,
That's first
so,
offense.
I mean, that's
pretty
yeah,
harsh for a first
right,
offense,
right.
so.
So
I
they
don't
have to
think we
serve
can
a
add that.
detention to get it back?
Yes.
Or they get it back at the end of school and then they have to
They have to serve a detention to get it back.
that day?
Wow.
So what, is there any caveat
Now, if it's like, yeah, oh yeah,
Right.
you would, yeah, I mean, there's always gonna be something, like maybe it's a bus student, right, they gotta get on the bus, and so you make, what I always
So
did
yeah, once
is
it's
I contacted the parents, I'm like, okay, this happened, maybe since they are a bus student, they do get to school sometimes early, could we do that 30 minutes?
Yeah.
In the
So that
morning
component.
prior,
Teacher principal thing.
you
that's
kind of have a little discretion to.
See,
But
that's.
you can do next day lunch detention.
Sure, yeah.
So that's where the
Yeah.
policy does need to be, like it's option 2, just pretty broadly adopted as the policy to give, because you don't want to box principals in thinking that you're helping them, backing them up.
Right.
Sometimes when you do that, they're like, oh crap, now I can't do what I was doing.
What do you mean as far as?
Like, be careful how detailed you get in your policy.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
We have the one policy that, like Mr. Loftus was saying,
It's already there.
that's already there. So the only thing we would have to do is basically adopt option number 2.
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
come up with a, like we would have, in my opinion, we do have to come up with a rule of that they tournament at the beginning of every class.
and that would give y'all a chance to talk to Mr. Lewell about it and see how to proceed with that, with how to make it more.
Yeah, because then once we say,
In a.
have to turn it in,
But you can pass the policy, then you can develop it more later.
Okay.
You're following the state law by just passing it. You know what I mean? But then you can go back and refine it.
I don't know, do we really need to get that deep into it? You know,
No.
would it not be smart, it would not be reasonable to just adopt the policy?
Yeah.
And then, put in the policy that there has to be a plan and implement in every single classroom for that the student must turn in their cell phone at the beginning of every period. And then that leaves it up to each teacher or building principal to decide how each, and because I think that every single class should do it the same way. Because if you don't,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I think they
have.
already do that.
Yeah, it's kind of, could you kind of do that same thing, but basically that would be Mr. Schneider making that to the principals
Okay.
as a rule, it's not
Yeah.
necessarily written
Policy.
out in the, but that could be his
Direction.
directive
Yeah.
to the building principals that he wants it done,
Right, understood.
that particular,
Consistent.
I don't know, that's just a
And
suggestion.
that is their campus rule, but there's no rule of law backing it up or policy now. So
Well,
does the rule get followed if it's not a law
Well, the
or
campus
policy?
rule, I don't think is what it's very different than what it's saying right now. A campus rule is, you can have 30 kids in a class, and all 30 will have their cell phones
Yes.
on them.
Yes,
Well, that is not the law anymore, they cannot.
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Our policy will exclude that. I mean, you can just tell by the fact that every single student has one ear open and an AirPod in the other. So you know they're not listening to a dang thing that's going on.
Yeah.
They're listening to music or whatever in their ear.
But what I'm saying, the school rule right now, the campus rule, if it's not followed, there's no rule of law or board policy that says they have to. Well, now when you put that in place, well, there's gonna be a rule of law and a board policy that they're gonna have a little here. There's a lot more to it.
And then you would be able to yourself, on our direction, I guess, or discussion with you, say, not really direction, really, it could be just a discussion to come up with something that
Yes.
has continuity for every.
That would be,
class.
will it be in the handbook? Man, at that point.
Oh, okay.
And then you would still approve that handbook, it's
Yes.
Yeah, it's still up
Right, I
to
see what
approve
you're
it.
saying.
So, yeah, so it'll still trickle down into the,
I guess ultimately what my thought is, I don't want to, I would like to alleviate the pressure from the administrator on the campus, and then not allow too much wiggle room for every teacher to do it their own way. Because if we do that, then there's gonna be this family that just doesn't, right?
They should be able to expect the same thing every classroom they walk into.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Kind of like the
Consistent.
hat policy. I mean,
Yeah.
You can't do that.
How well we did with that,
Yeah, and it's consistency.
and that's exactly right.
Yes. It costs us $1 million.
Yeah.
But it gives the principals a little bit of flexibility on, for example, like, okay, it was, D Hall for that first offense. Well, then if you had those habitual offenders on that, well, then, what I used to do is I would call those parents in. And basically, I would work with that parent on how can we address this. And a lot of times it was, okay, your student's gonna come in, and as soon as they walk in the building, they're gonna put their phone in the office.
Yeah.
Right. And then they'll pick it up at lunchtime, and then when they get back from lunch, they're gonna set it right there.
Yeah.
It keeps them out of trouble.
Right. I think that's reasonable. And this was about some grief.
And also though, but also on the same token, is that parents and students, they're gonna be policing each other. There were 3 kids in 5th period that had their phone. I'm just saying, I'm no Jack. It will be enforced whenever the first report, we've got a
I
class.
think
You know what I mean?
the most trickiest part for the principals on this is going to be when there are substitute teachers.
Yeah.
Well, and I think
Oh,
that's
that's a good
also,
point, yeah.
and that's why I think that if there's one standard for every single classroom in the building, that when that teacher comes in, they just know.
Yeah.
They may not know anything else, but they'll know when you walk in, take your cell phones and put them in wherever.
And I have a meeting next
No, somebody
Wednesday with all
uses
of
those.
us, so that's gonna be going.
Somebody could always use those, like shoe holders, so clear shoe holders.
Yeah.
Just hang them up and drop them in.
Yeah.
A lot of them are doing that.
Yeah. I mean, so even the student should be responsible, should be
Yeah.
responsible for that, for the stuff. I mean,
They're gonna get away with whatever they can.
Yeah, I sure, you know, it's like, oh, so, you know, this teacher always lets me go to the gym to play basketball during class, you know? They always let me go to also, you know.
They always let me go to halls. You know, when I was growing up in Vegas for the first, I don't know, 6-7 years of elementary all the way through, we had just regular substitutes, like you would hear, right, just people fill in. Sometime in my 5th or 6th grade, they created that a lot of it, all substitutes were licensed teachers hired by the district, right? So you could be a full-time school teacher in the Clark County School District, and you basically had either daily or weekly or monthly assignments, and you just would fill in wherever you needed to go. But you were, well, yeah, you were a floater teacher, but you were a licensed teacher. So I remember when I hit junior high, like 7th or 8th grade, we had it so good, and then that changed, and none of us as kids knew what that meant.
Yeah.
And then our subs showed up, and of course it was like Party City. Our teacher told us the day before, "I'm not gonna be here tomorrow." Yes, and they show up.
Day off.
Oh, real teacher. So mean. It changed my whole perspective. And it's still that way.
Overnight. Which is a good.
Well, so that being said,
So we need to
it does look like at least policy number 267, policy advisory number 267.
And I don't see any controversy on any of the. Do you?
Controversy?
That's what the British say. On the aluminium. But I don't really see any controversy on the other ones.
I'm okay with that too. This is.
They're very broad.
Same.
Yeah, it's
Because, like, we already do the AEDs, we already have a problem, we're just, yeah.
So, I think we need to probably go by number, do 65, 66, 67, because we're gonna do 67, I'm assuming with a component
Option
to it, an option, and 68, 69. So about, numbers 265, we have a motion to approve.
I'll make it.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay, we have policy advisor number 266 for instructional goals and objectives.
I'll make it.
I'll second it.
All in favor? 267 is the use of cell phones and electrical devices in schools. So we have two alternatives. We need a motion to go with either number 1 or number 2.
I'll make the motion to go with option 2.
I'll second it.
All in favor? And Mr. Snyder, you guys will just let us know, obviously, how that's gonna look, once you talk to your administrators, and then.
They will be putting it in everywhere.
Okay, just so how to.
Yeah. And then that way, and then will end up in the handbook.
Right.
So the handbook is already pretty much spells it out on
It
some
does.
use.
I just didn't have the backing
Just
up
didn't have the backing
for
of
the
the
law.
Right.
Yeah. And so they already got that stuff.
So I think like we are completely up to date on it because I know we're gonna hear about it.
You're gonna have to.
So I just wanted
and
to say, oh.
You just wanna make sure it's pretty airtight, so. And it will be, especially with the two current administrators. I'm just saying, there's not a brand new one that's come out. No, both of them, these guys are pros and they're going to, so it'll hold it together. And then whenever there's somebody that is new in the future, you've got it as a policy and a state law.
And that's the thing, is that I would really like to hear, when him explain, is that state law is the first thing that comes out of the mouth. And then the next thing is now board policy.
Yes,
Yes, to save our own hide.
I agree with that.
Policy number 268. Cardiac emergency response and automatic or AEDs.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? And lastly, 269, parental guidance for water safety.
Against my better judgment, I will make that motion.
Wow, you
Second.
How no?
Nobody finds class, but that.
Yeah.
How long have you been waiting?
All right. Letter K, custodial maintenance and admin application policy G-7500.
Okay, so it's like a one pager, this is very ancient. One, it's on a 5-day week, that's a problem. Two, is it has custodial, maintenance, and office staff here as all 3 different policies. It doesn't make sense why year-round employees shouldn't all have a singular policy.
Right.
Say if they want to carry over a week, I have no problem with that if you guys don't. And so that's what we did. This is just look at what's here now. That's all this one is. It's just like first look. The next one will be second read, where we'll start. But you guys think about this too. What you think is fair, even. Because right now it's just all over the place and it doesn't make sense on why you would be able to carry over 35 days from this office, but can't carry a week over if you're maintenance. That's all.
Would you know, next meeting, would you just provide a summary of exactly how it works with each of our departments?
Absolutely, but I want you guys to look at what's here now.
Okay.
And then whenever I start bringing in, like, this is what we're looking at, this is what we're looking at doing, then you guys will know more. But it's very wonky and all over the place.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read them up.
Custodial and maintenance, and then office administrative.
Here you started in 1989, 2000.
Yeah, see, it just needs to be cleaned up, it's real old.
Perfect.
The newest thing in there is 25 years old. When I started looking at that, I thought, man, this is perfect for you guys to review and come up with something that you like better.
Will do.
Now, some of y'all are in that all the time up to your elbows. Ms. Crawford. You know what I mean, like leave and vacation and all that stuff, you know. But y'all love to do that, so you don't mind looking at ours. And we'll get it, we'll get a Mr. Lofton. No, he'll help me develop something where it's more the same.
Hey, we don't think.
Him and AI probably.
VIP tickets, we got you.
He's my
Hey, I'll take those, I'll sell them.
Not just for.
So that way you guys will know, if you just look at how weird and out of kilter it is, really good. It's just one sheet, and you're in the restroom or somewhere. Read over it, and we go, what? Why is it different from custodial maintenance than it is in office administrative?
I've never thought that school districts employees get what they. It's really weird when it comes to benefits. You guys have the weirdest
Well, to me,
state.
it's like you have to use all your time and you can't carry anything over as a maintenance guy. Why? And then these ladies can carry all kinds of stuff, you know, they can.
And do we don't.
But somewhere, I think somewhere in the middle for everybody is what it calls for. So look at the differences. It's got to be pretty
I can
much.
tell you why we get to carry over.
Why is that?
Because we don't get to take any time.
She wants you after taking 2 weeks off.
Cause I can only take off,
Hey,
I
she
can
was
only
on the
take
same
off
time I was, by the way.
Thursday through Tuesday, but I have to be back on Wednesday because the bills have to be paid.
See?
Gotcha.
And she pays the bill.
So let's just have it nothing to do.
No, can't you get
You
some?
don't want me paying bills on your thing.
Lynette can't go because she has payroll due on the 15th and the 20th, so.
Yeah.
Off the table, those
Yeah.
days.
So
That's why we are.
just be aware of it. We're gonna start kind of putting some stuff in there and you guys want to look at it if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, if you have any suggestions, let us know.
Look at it.
We can-
Yes.
Okay, nobody has anything for Abe, right?
Yeah, she does.
No, to take it
Again.
out.
Are we done with that
Remember how
last
smooth
one?
I ran that meeting?
Yeah, you did great.
Oh,
We were out so fast.
we literally got a pickleball court in front of our shop now.
Wait a minute.
I was like,
Yeah, that went down, yeah.
That's the same time we got the lazy river.
right, I was like, where's that come from?
But where we were gonna put it is now a fire lane. Wait a minute.
All right, number 8, future discussion, let's discuss, no.
No, you guys
No,
don't.
these are all good job discussing. Y'all have exceeded.
We are discussing.
Our principals aren't here, Mrs. Kumar,
Yeah, we are
yours.
Nice.
I'm sure high school starting's here pretty quick, so. So we'll have to deal with no cell phones now, I'm sorry, sir, you're not here, it happens.
Alright.
You weren't here, sorry.
Extra, you can put it, yeah. So, are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
You're up.
So I wanted to put something on there because it's just coming to light in the last couple of days. And today it really hit home because I asked both principals, do we have any out-of-town people trying to register into the district? It's a good problem, but it's a problem. So as of today, we have 12 trying to register from Kermit and Eunice. It's a good problem. We've never had this where people are trying to come into our district. But if they've got discipline, and sometimes that's it, sometimes, and I hate, I'm not discriminating, but sometimes our special ed department is already full, and adding another one, we inherit until they're 22 years old, no matter what we do. You cannot send them back to their home.
And it taxes
I'm very reluctant.
that resource.
We don't get extra resources for it, so I'm very reluctant to bring in, special needs students to our district that aren't in our district. Because you own them till they're 22, and then you also say if one needs to be institutionalized, which we have an issue coming up like that, then you're on the hook for it till they're 22 years old, and they'll tell them how much a year. You see what I'm saying? You have to pay for the institution as the school district.
What happens if it comes
It's
from
crazy.
their, like a medical diagnosis that leads them to institutionalize, the school doesn't have to pay for that, right?
I think they do. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much were on the hook until they're 22 for their care.
But y'all could not pay for my daughter's broken hand surgery that she got through a platform.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Let's conclude her thing with the platform.
Can I hit the stream? I'd love to say something, but bring up someone else. No.
Sure, let's.
You can always do what some other people do.
We are live.
Anyway, yeah, I won't say anything else, but look,
I'm not bitter.
that being said, we also have areas like, let's just look at third grade. And I don't know the numbers that have grown so far, but we may only have like 22 kids in third grade. That would only be 11 per class. Well, yeah, there's a third grader wanting in from Eunice with an impeccable discipline record and good grades and doesn't have a problem showing up to school.
Are we allowed to do that though?
Yes, we are. Absolutely.
Because I remember seeing on everything, cannot discriminate because of this. and
That's
this.
kids in our district.
Yeah.
This is like a private school to people outside our district.
Really?
And so they have to be approved by, the ultimate decision is the district. They literally, so out of state is supposed to charge tuition, $6,000 is about what we get per unit value. So you're supposed to charge tuition if someone's out of state.
To go to a public
We
school.
don't do that. Yeah, that's what it says.
Texas wouldn't pay taxes for us.
Yes, so they're not paying taxes for a school district, from Kermit, that's.
Right, yeah, they pay for Kermit, but not
Sure.
for wherever.
But that also being said, there are certain areas where we need more students. I'm not just being honest, like, what if it's second grade, they are low numbers, and we've got 2 teachers that need a job? Well, we still get that unit value for that student.
Found some that are really good in baseball,
That's good.
pay for our turf or something. Just kidding, just kidding.
Oh, recruiting, is that what you're talking
No,
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that that's the way it is now. But it's a good problem because we literally, as of today, have 12 trying to get in. So if you guys hear anything about someone you need to get us in, we've got a whole criteria there. And you just say, you need to talk to the school about that. We can control it, but it's only while it's controllable. Because right now, we're very fortunate, but we don't want people with discipline and I hate to say I love kids, I wanna help them. But if there's discipline and attendance problems and all kinds of issues, we're trying to bring up our scores. I'm just saying, I don't wanna dilute it with anything
no,
that,
scores, I mean, it just.
well, it's about student achievement. And yeah, well, yeah, the scores is not, but it's about student achievement and progress for the district.
Yeah.
Sometimes you.
Don't put that in the paper.
No, I'm just curious. So they'd be responsible to drive them back and forth from Kermit?
Oh,
if
yeah.
they did?
Oh, yeah.
I was just curious.
It's across state lines.
You have to go pick
To go pick them up at the state line.
the environment.
Oh,
No, So anyway, that's where we're at on that. So upcoming election dates, that is a handout at the very end of your packet.
Really only one page.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have two.
same page.
Did you guys do the same thing? Okay, so that way you can do one to your spouse, your significant other. And so that's the dates for elections, and that also follows city and planning. That election cycle.
I go up.
There's two.
And are you up as well? Are you running?
I don't know, are you running?
Is it so exciting?
Whoa, you made some nervous.
Don't you have two grandchildren?
What's that?
Don't you have potentially two grandchildren coming to the school?
No, I do have.
Oh, okay, that's all I'm saying.
You can record that.
That's all I'm saying. You think they want to continue to thrive in our school?
Oh, my grandkids.
But they'll set out every PE.
I'm so sorry. Martin City.
So one of the, let you guys know those are coming up. It's very important for our entire, community. Model Schools Conference. So we went June 22 through 26 to Washington DC. And I want to tell you how that turned out fantastic, because not only did we actually, it's good for administrators to bond and to discuss things they normally would never be in the same room that much. And every evening we go out to eat, we have a discussion. The best thing we took out of that is that our strategic plan is right on target with what the National Conference of School, it was a school, model schools is what it was about, how to become a model school. Every single thing, it did not say strategic plan, but it pretty much had all these arrows pointed to strategic plan. They used different words in all of the sessions, but they were just saying, come up with something together, have a scope and sequence, follow the scope and sequence, and advance your curriculum through things like Read 180, Math 180. Of course, the whole thing was sponsored by the makers of Read and Math 180.
Oh, of course.
H&H actually put it all together. But the short story is, last time we went, it was kind of the same messages, but it connected more this time on what we were actually.
So it just
already-
confirmed what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, it confirmed what we were already doing.
Good job. Yeah.
And so,
Concise.
but where you guys come in is
Sum it up.
thank you for letting us do it. And we also found a contact there, we're gonna bring her in on our next steps. Because we already know where we're going and where the strategic plan is headed, but we kind of want what's after that, 3 or 4 years. How do we maintain all of this growth is what we want to do. That's where we're at next. Because now we're doing math, we're doing reading, and then we're also putting everything else. The strategic plan, which is also here, is gonna deal with that next, is code. So now we've developed math. Okay, so after that, what's next? Reading. So they're gonna work hand in hand, and at both campuses, they're ahead of the game on, we only have one mandatory so far. Next, that we're gonna go ahead and have 2 of them and have them start.
Just
Then
to be
by next
clear,
year-
we're not ahead of the game on reading.
Or not.
Or math, but especially reading.
No, I'm talking about
We're ahead of
developing our
the-
strategic plan.
Oh, they're ahead.
Yeah, the movement.
I'm gonna tell you,
Yeah.
of all the other school districts participating in the CES strategic plan, we're number 1.
Perfect. That's pretty sad.
Oh.
That's good.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, what you got, yes, I'm just saying, yeah, I mean,
It's just the initial push.
it's just starting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take that, I will walk that back, all I'm saying
So
is,
you all.
I have 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders.
Myself, Mr.
That can't
Little, Mrs. Colmar,
Yeah.
Johnny, and Mr.
Nice.
Williams.
But we're making good movements.
Well, we're making a
We've
lot
got
of
a plan.
Process,
Yeah.
proactive process.
and we are actually making progress academically. by the way.
Well-
Yeah, but it's actually according to plan, we're ahead.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
what,
good,
according to the plan. And that brings us into the patriotic curriculum. So I kind of heard somewhere that this was gonna be our 250th anniversary of the nation next year.
Take math 180.
Excuse me.
Oh,
It won't be,
after the years.
isn't it the 250th? until July.
This is a joke.
Okay, but what do you?
Since you kind of heard, I thought maybe you guys added to.
So,
it.
this is literally, what I wanted to do is a year-long patriotic curriculum. So I tasked both principals with that the minute I got back from Washington DC, because I thought, this is how important the Constitution is.
Yeah.
It's very important. Our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, if we don't know what they are, we're gonna be in New York's vote.
Yeah.
Where they're electing a communist.
Right.
That's where they literally wake up call, people.
Yeah.
So this year, we're gonna do one, and not that I've said whether they have to or not, but it needs to have a conservative lean to it.
Okay,
Not that I told them
okay.
to. Anyway, but there's already the junior high school has got theirs, elementary's almost got theirs together. They're fantastic. So I wanted to see, they're gonna present these to y'all on what they're going to do for Constitution, Bill of Rights, and patriotism this entire school year. If we like it, we're probably gonna grade it in permanently to the social studies and civics and history curriculum right through the district. Just so you guys know. Alright.
That sounds great.
Moody's ratings, we are holding in there with our credit score. It's still extremely good. Because now we have no current bonds and incredible facilities. Our credit rating is about as high as you can get for a school district in the West.
Is there any other district right now that doesn't have bonds or is debt-free in the state? So I remember a time in which when we went to this bond, that there was a question as to which, we were like the only district or something out of 89 districts that didn't have some sort of bond already, or something like that.
Whenever we went out to the 2015 series?
Right.
Yes, that's right, yeah, and then this time, we don't, but it's for a different reason. It's not
Right,
because
well, I
we
was
didn't
just
have-
wondering if most other districts are still paying
So most are.
for.
So this is the thing, like, so you've got other districts well off, like Carlsbad, and even, you got like Rio Rancho and all those, and Los Alamos, they're all doing really well, but they still have bonds.
Right.
They all come together.
They're not debt-free.
But their SB9 doesn't go as far in Carlsbad as ours does. How many campuses are they making?
Right.
They
They haven't built anything over there.
they built this incredible auditorium, and then they're building their new C-Tech buildings. They are building.
I was thinking their camps.
Not really major, but they are doing a lot of renovations and stuff, so. That's where we're at with that. Next step to the strategic plan, like I was saying, will be implementation of the curriculum, the alignment, and then the suggested time, the scope and sequence. So the scope and sequence will actually be implemented this year. We were developing it last year, and then this year it's gonna be the implementation of that. So that way in math. But reading is already there for a lot of the campus that they're gonna go ahead and start ahead of time, on both campuses.
We're just getting it down as a district.
Yes, just as in the plan, so math is the only one right now.
Did you see our out of curiosity, our 2024
Oh,
enrollment?
I'm sorry, I just blew my.
Oh, that's okay. It was interesting because our 21, 22, and 23 were negative 2.4, -2, -1.2, and also 24 was positive 4.8%.
Yes,
So
yeah,
that we
That's
basically
good.
went up almost 6% in 1 year enrollment. That's pretty good.
yeah, so that's really good. So that's where we're at on the strategic plan, just to let y'all know that we're also implementing everything into it. And then current district's paving project, we are on hold at the baseball field, like I told you earlier. So we know what we're gonna do there. And the last thing that I have is to schedule in my mid-year review. We need to schedule that in for August sometime. So I'll have to do that. 18th is the regular board meeting.
I'm not positive if I'll make it to the 18th board meeting. My baby graduates from boot camp
Already?
on the
How's it
14th.
already?
And so, yeah.
How's he liking it?
He said, listen, boot camp is not hard, as long as you do what they tell you to do.
Imagine that.
So we've been trying to tell them the whole time.
I mean,
We're doing high school, not hard.
do what you're told, and you'll be fine.
They are a little more motivating there.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more like less do.
Or pretty motivating. Is that Great Lakes? Yeah. What your book there, graduates on the 14th?
Yeah, it's always on a Thursday.
All right.
So I wanna
Well,
make
that's right,
it,
because I'll have Friday and Saturday for parent day.
yeah, so I wanna get up there, Wednesday night, they have a thing called Sergeant's Dinner. And so I wanna make it to that, I won't be able to see Gabe then, but he'll call me during that time. And then Thursday he graduates, and then
And
we'll
where
have
is
him in Great Lakes, Illinois. North Chicago,
Oh, cool.
Great mistakes.
yeah, so.
I had dinner, my daughter, of course, she was like 2 years old. I can't remember, a year old. And somebody, she was at that dinner with my dad and my mom and my grandmother. And some lady was smoking and turned around like this and hit her square and she blinked. The cigarette went right, boom, right there. So, yeah, so they literally put her in the commander's vehicle, like a very local, the flags and everything, and took her with an escort to the hospital.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, she was fine, but I didn't even see that part.
Yeah. You should have got a cigarette there, right?
Anyway,
You're poking the eye.
yeah.
I got a cigarette, a lit cigarette on my nose. My sister, she's 12 years older than me, so it was like her wedding reception when I was like, a little kid. She got married at like 16, 17. Anyway, I was running through the house, and she knows there was her cigarette talking, and she's like, you need to quit running through the house. She told me I should be, and I ran, and that cigarette went straight up my nose.
I bet you blew that out real quick.
Yeah. It was bad.
What are we thinking then, is August probably a horrible time for me to do an extra meeting, or should we do it like the first?
Does it have to be okay?
It's just gonna get worse,
Y'all
isn't
do
it?
it monthly.
Well, I don't know.
September is worse on my
Okay,
calendar.
okay, so I was thinking if our meeting is the 18th. You wanna do it the next week?
That would be best for me.
On the city council, trying to,
What happened?
the city council meeting is the 25th.
18th, so that's a Monday?
About 26.
So that's a Tuesday.
Is that
Yeah.
hospital meeting? No, that's not
Hold on, yeah, that's the 19th.
It's when it's-
So I'm really good I think, I'm good any day that week. I don't know what, and would be better to do a little bit early. So if we were to do it earlier in the day, then like the 28th is best for me, because a Thursday, I have half a day, or I have some patients in the morning. But I don't know if you guys want to, it would be better.
It would be better for Randy or
It
Renee.
won't, yeah, and we probably need a full field,
Right, right,
you know.
right. What time do you think is that week? Any particular day better that week?
No particular days.
Better for you, you know?
With any of them.
So do you want to just shoot it out, so we do it the 26th or the 28th? That's a Tuesday or a Thursday, and we try that and see which one they want to do. Is that reasonable?
That sounds good.
Is that okay with you? Either the 26th or the 28th
At 5.
at 5. I'll just send it out for you.
If there's nothing else, I'll make a motion to adjourn at 9:09.
I'll second.
I'm just texting the rest of it.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
9:09, you said?
9:09.
It was a lot. It was good though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you later.
The only thing, Jim,
Yeah.
I was just looking at this. Monday, September 8th, y'all have a special board meeting to adopt the
Yes.
take-home. Why can't you do it that same day?
Oh, that's.
Because that's the first one of September.
Yeah, nothing
And
fast.
then we don't have to have another meeting.
Right.
Oh, that, September 8th, we have to have that in. I just thought,
Yep, that's perfect. No, I wouldn't be,
well, I
I
saw it.
especially.
Is that okay with you, Mrs. R?
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll set that, we'll see if we get the.
When
That would be the best.
Yeah.
If we all don't have to have another meeting, you're gonna be called your meeting.
September?
Yes.
Yeah,
September, what about the August one?
That's still, that'll be the meeting.
So is it just myself and Amy that are up for reelection this year?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just us two up for election?
Because it's 3 and 2. Yes, it's us. Last time it was, for the time of support was me and the girls, now me and the boys.
Right.
You and the boys,
And
yeah,
so I was sharing this and September 8th is when we have to meet for the special board meeting to talk about the ed tech notes. Why not remind you on the same day?
And that's like 10
Because it's like 14 minutes.
listen, you just wait till that, you said 5 minutes early.
Because we tried to,
the other way, because they're obviously,
and it's the end of the meeting. So it's September 8th, so it's right there.
That's great.
All right, night y'all.
Good night, thank you for everything.
But I'm just thinking about that, why not put it under one instead of two separate?
No, that's great, especially with the short meeting.
right, we're already here.
Yeah. Hey, Super.
I need, listen, as, I want you to keep in mind as my employee.
My one and only, right?
What am I on?
No telling.
When, so Dave graduates on the 14th of August. We have to drive there. Okay, because we can't afford for my family to fly.
Yeah.
So,
I was gonna say, because you got, I just found out, we only get 2.
So is my
days
contract
a
tied
year.
into this?
it is, very much.
So then yes.
What kind of review do you want? Think about it, careful.
Like, was it 4 total days a year, optional 2 days, and 2 PTO a year? And I never, ever, I was looking at like, how in the world do I only have 2 days? You know, I don't think I've hardly
Well,
ever taken.
I can work something out with you.
That's the only thing, that there's
No,
no JC trips that week, because JC doesn't start till the 18th.
No, y'all gotta drive a long way, so.
But, I mean, just be reasonable about
Remind me a little closer.
2-day drive.
Remind me a little closer so we can
It's
get it.
6 hours shorter than our
Yeah, but I just wasn't sure, I was like, oh, I don't know if I can do it, if
24
I
hours.
can't get off.
That's crazy. I don't want you missing that. No, that's a once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I was thinking it's gonna be more of a problem if JC, as a JC route started.
Lord.
And so we'd have to get a driver for that one.
It actually worked out well.
They were on the floor over there.
And they generally, they'll live stream that too.
Yeah.
I've watched.
Yeah, the thing that breaks my heart though, Jim, is we only get 3 tickets.
3 tickets for the.
I'm like, we have 7 people in our family.
Really?
Yeah, but we only get 3 tickets, so it's me and him and his favorite sibling, which is Gracie.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy that
So
they did that.
Gracie and then Chloe and Elijah, because Josiah will be working, he's not coming with us. But the other 2, they'll watch it live stream.
That's crazy. I had no idea that they did it that way.
So
I mean, they
Gabe's-
didn't used to do it that way.
Yeah,
And they had a huge break deck that they would do it on, but oh,
yeah. So Gabe started out with like 103, 104 in his division and they're down to 80.
yeah.
And, did they have the Sandbox app when you were in?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Sandbox.
before internet. right?
Sandbox is
Yeah, Sandbox is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But so we get these little updates and stuff, and then there's all these like Facebook pages now.
Right, yeah, it's so crazy.
It's
Yeah, that whole thing, it's so weird. So, Sandbox, so when, I didn't
See y'all.
I didn't hear about Sandbox until Justin, first time I ever heard about it was in the Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing we could do through Sandbox was we could write letters.
And then get there the next day.
Right, 1 to 2 days
Like a
later.
private message, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Plus they print them out.
They print them in envelope and everything. So, and you buy you could buy,
Buy bundles.
you buy a bundle of products. So, one thing about being in boot camp is that, letters really help.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I would, like every other day, I just write a little letter. I mean, it might only be a paragraph, it might be 2 pages, just depending on, and then, yeah, I could even send pictures.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right, you can attach a
First
photo.
one's free, and you can pay for it free more if you want.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's so neat, and then nowadays, there's all kinds of stuff that you know what's going on with your
Yeah.
people in the military. I mean, I literally disappeared from the face of the earth.
Yeah.
You know, I made a phone call like a month after I was there.
Right.
They didn't even know I had made it.
Yeah.
And then that was it.